We gotta go. I am running behind, to say the least. A whole half an hour behind. Shame. I gotta pick a random picture to throw in the tweet. People are probably like, why do you do that on your Twitter? And I'm just like, I don't know. It's kind of fun. I like showing pictures of foolishness and fun things I've done. Let's see here. What picture should we do? Christmas picture? Yeah, we'll do that. So I had internet folks stop by today, and I think we're going to be fixed up for today's stream. They were able to jimmy it around, you know, and I think we should be good to go. So I'm going to get my phone actually really quick so I actually have chat available. Because for what, I still don't know what happened. Like, the internet was working, and then the upload speed tanked, and then I couldn't pull up the Twitch on my phone, and the same thing was happening with Pepper's phone. We couldn't get it up. So I have no idea what was going on. So hopefully that's situated. But yeah, we got free raffle review coaching later today. It's a full schedule because one of the things what I was supposed to do, which was the worst ability tier list, I believe, we couldn't do because of the stupid Wi-Fi thing. So yeah, anyway. Okay, so let's do this, mates. I have to jump right into the coaching. That's why there's no intro here. So, Spilo! There's your intro. We're going to get right into it because all my other sessions went way over. So you know you're getting your money's worth. All my sessions are like an hour 10 plus. Savvy Drone. Hey, Savvy Drone. Long time no chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hey, Yona. Okay, let's get my form pulled up here for our next session, and then let's do this. Yeah. Hey, Rashi. Yeah, no worries, man. Hope it's all been going well. All right, let's do this, mates. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Hey, how are you?
I appreciate you. I'm so sorry that all the sessions ran late today, like hour 10 plus, so I apologize about that.
No.
Getting your form pulled up here. Do you have a code for me?
Yeah, so actually I have a question real quick because I have two codes.
Yeah, sure.
So going into season 3, I had really planned and been excited to do a Kiriko VOD. But after patches, it seems like Ball Zen might be more so where it's leaning. So I have a Zen VOD and a Kiriko VOD, and I'm kind of leaving it up to you which one you think is going to be more important.
I am not sure, but here's what I can tell you. Some of the skills that we'll talk about, whether it's Zen or with Kiriko, will carry over to the other one, so it's not a big deal either way.
Okay. All right, I'll just give you a Kiriko one because I think it's more fun of a lobby.
Works for me. Okay, I'll get this one pulled up, and then I'll get your form pulled up, and then we'll be good to go. I'm not seeing it. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're good.
Was this post-patch code, or has this one been wiped since then?
This was from like 2 days ago, I think.
It might have been wiped. Do you have a more recent code? Because it's not pulling up on my end.
I have my Zen one from I think yesterday.
Yeah, that probably will work. Looks like the decision was made for us.
Or I think they're both from yesterday, actually.
Really?
But, yeah.
One isn't pulling up.
I just sent it to. Okay.
True story. I got into a coaching call one time with the wrong person. Somebody messaged me,
Really?
somebody messaged me something, and I didn't even like pay attention. And their profile pictures looked like exactly the same. So I just click call, and they're like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey, okay, we're gonna." Be, they're like, "I think you called the wrong person." I'm like, "Oh."
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a crawl under a rock moment for me.
I'm gonna be real. I think what I did is I sent you a code to a custom game, so that one should. The one that I.
Well,
I keep. Okay, I have them in a DM and I keep copying them and then sending them back to the same DM.
Oh my days.
Okay,
wait, I'm gonna see what code
I
is
sent
this?
to you now.
Is this a Sexy Mercy roleplay code? Oh, dang it.
Nah, it's the one
it is a code. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a code that I got from one of your reviews.
Yeah, see,
for Eamon.
Oh, was it the aim trainer guy, Sev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was the one where like a ongoing fight is going on, like
Oh,
constantly.
did they update it? Because the old one's not working for me anymore.
Because
Because it used to be ZHT now, but this one is like X or something foolishness.
it made me a new code when I tried to share it.
So okay, well, you know what? You saved my life, because somebody messaged me and was like, ZHT doesn't work anymore. Well, now I know why. It's changed.
Yeah.
Well, look at you doing me.
That one should work.
Doing me a favor. Okay, see, this all worked out in the end. Okay, let's get this actual Kiriko code pulled up here, and then I'm going to throw this in my channel so I don't forget.
Sounds good.
X3 XAD. Okay, trying to remember this. Okay, let's make sure. Well, first off, let's actually make sure this code works here. Yes, powder ISO. Yes, we're good. Oh, bless me.
All right.
We're good to go.
Awesome.
Okay. So let's pull up your form here. So, what got you interested in coaching?
I feel like besides mechanically, I've been really stagnant for like the last year. Like, I mean, leaderboards wise, I've changed a lot. I mean, I went from barely holding top 500 to finishing like 29th. So that's changed, but I feel like my play overall, like when it comes to positioning and just mindset, has not advanced at all.
Okay. And what I mean, that answers like what your problems have been, but what do you hope to get out of the coaching? Like what do we want to accomplish here? It's like
I want to, or what? Yeah, I want to see like where I can improve and like what parts of my game I can start focusing on. Because I've messaged like I was talking to CJ the other day, and he said the biggest thing was to just hold on to my cleanse longer. So I feel like that's a big thing, but just like positioning, target focus, cooldown usage, I think that's kind of the main thing that I want to focus on. So I'm hoping that I can just improve and then try to push higher.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. And then let's, I mean, your top 500. So obviously I'm sure you've got something of a history with Overwatch. When did you start playing? When did you hit GM? What heroes have you mained in the past? Have you taken breaks? What do you think of Overwatch 2? Always like to know the history.
Yeah, I started season 16 as an Ashe main, and then season like 19, I started taking it more seriously. I was actually an MMA fighter, which is one of the reasons I kind of leaned towards you, because I saw that you were an instructor. And then when COVID hit, like everything shut down. So I started focusing on Overwatch a lot more.
Nice.
And I think around season probably 20, I was a Lucio player for a 4-4 team. And then my first season that I actually finished top 500 was season 22. And then I've been consistently up there since.
Okay. So you went from brain damage training to brain damage training.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Exactly.
Okay. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I like Overwatch 2 a lot. I'm going to be completely honest. Like going into it, I was stressed that from a leaderboard standpoint, I was going to struggle because I didn't know how much the game was actually going to change. I gotta tell my roommate to stop talking.
You're good.
But what I found was with less players, it's more focused like towards like individuals because there's less people that can screw up. So I feel like I'm actually able to perform a lot better. So I'm actually enjoying it. I think that I've gotten better since Overwatch 1.
Okay. Question for you. You said Ashe, you said Lucio, not flex support. Why all the transition? Were you just trying to find your spot?
Oh, yeah. So I was playing Ashe because I loved the hero, and then I swapped to support because I had a friend who was a GM Lucio player. Yeah. And I wanted to push up. So he helped me like get to Diamond, and then I just kept grinding. I found a team. I played with them for a year. I decided that I really didn't like main support anymore. So I transitioned to Ana. And I've basically mained Ana and Zen since, and then Overwatch 2 hit, and Kiriko was like the only viable flex support, so I've been playing her a ton.
Right. Okay. So part of the reason why you played with Lucio is because of just like the social situation that you're in, where you could get a lot of help for it. So you're like, might as well. And then you're like, wait a second, I don't like this hero.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's still fun, but I feel like I thrive on flex support.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay. And then you've been obviously enjoying your time now.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun.
What's your favorite flex support hero? Don't say anything. Don't answer this incorrectly, otherwise we're done.
I want to say Ana, but I think my best is Zen.
Okay, that's okay.
So
either of those answers is fine. We can take that. Okay, as long as it's not Kiriko or Moira or Bap.
Oh,
please.
Yeah, I don't like Moira.
Yeah, I mean Bap is better than I like. I think my tier list would be maybe Zen or Ana, somewhere kind of about the same. Then Bap, Kiriko, Moira, I think. Somewhere like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Kiriko's fun, but I have to play her so much now, it just gets kind of boring.
Exactly. Okay. All right, so let's turn my college team. Oh, you're in a college team right now?
Yeah, so I actually DM'd you about it because we had a team VOD scheduled the 16th, but we have.
But I didn't realize you were a collegiate team. Somehow I missed that. Oh yeah, it was a collegiate team. I'm blind. Okay, yeah. So we'll, by the way, we will get that on a Monday. I'll talk with you after the session. Remind me. But okay, what college is it?
It's called Bethel. It's in Indiana.
Nice, sick. Okay, cool. Okay, so when did that start?
They started the program like 3 years ago, but I came in as a freshman last year, and I actually brought a bunch of my friends that were across the U.S. with me, and we basically completely revamped the team. So we're sophomores now. It's been a lot of fun.
Okay, good. Was that your first experience with team play, or do you have experience with team play?
No.
Okay.
No, in fact, the collegiate play is about 400 or 500 SR lower than what I was playing.
So you were you've been in around higher lobbies for a while. When did that start?
Yeah, I was scrimming probably starting season 23. For about a year, I was scrimming like 4-4 to 4-5.
Mm-hmm.
And then
was this his main support, or did you already transition flex support by that time?
Both. It was both.
Okay.
I was on a team for both, and then when I came to college, I no longer have time to because I really wanted to make contenders. Like that was my dream for a while. I don't have time for it anymore. Like I can't play on 2 different teams, and my collegiate team only scrims like 4-1.
Yeah.
So I really just can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, but you could still excel with where you're at, and you never know.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. What kind of a role do you fill within your team? I mean, it sounds like you're one of the higher ranked players, so I assume you're more communicationally involved.
Yeah. Me and my main tank basically do all the communication, like basically everything.
Nice.
We just kind of bounce off of each other, and that's basically it. We shot call, IGL, and then my main support does ult track. But besides that, yeah, me and my tank basically carry comms. Okay,
sounds good. And goals here: I want to get top 10 in A, stay consistently top 50, well-respected player in the ladder. Okay, so this is the real juice. Okay, so where are you at right now on terms of the average day, average week for training?
Right now I'm playing at least a few hours a day. On the weekends, usually a lot longer.
Yep.
So I'd say minimum probably 2 hours a day, and then weekends usually a lot more than that.
Okay, what is a lot more than that?
If I have nothing to do, I mean, I'll probably play 6 to 7 hours.
Okay, sounds good. How familiar you are with my whole approach to training in terms of quality, time, intensity, length, that sort of thing?
I've watched a good amount of your videos, so I'm pretty familiar.
Okay, so you tell me, if you had an optimal training schedule on a day-to-day, even including the weekends, what would that look like?
I like playing at night, but we usually scrim like 8 to 10, so I think like optimally I would be playing between like 6 and 12 o'clock.
Okay.
I prefer night queues. Like I just think it's more enjoyable.
Sure.
But yeah, I think this is another issue that I kind of wanted to talk to you about, and I know you're kind of gonna flame me for it, and that's okay. I have not warmed up a single time for a ranked game or anything in years. I never warm up. I will just jump into a game, and I've always done that. Like I don't know why. I've always done that. I don't really do custom games unless I'm like doing a 1v1 because I'm in a duo or something in queue.
The Seda lobby?
Yeah. Like when I whoop Stratus's ass and stuff like that. But yeah. Besides that, no, I really don't do any of that a lot because I found that at least I feel as if I can improve more through ranked. But I say that, and then I was also complaining to you that I feel like I'm stagnant. So um, I'm sure there's a lot of things that I could change in that aspect
What is
to have
warm
a
up?
better approach.
What is warm up for?
I mean, I take it as just warming up my brain, like to get used to the game and then warm up my aim.
How long does
Those
it
are.
take to warm up, or in theory, if you're doing it properly?
I feel like it would take me like 10 to 15 minutes to really
Tops,
feel good.
right? Tops. So then
Yeah.
don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah.
I'm not even like that upset that you don't warm up. I think warm up is generally way overrated in terms of how long, both physically and mentally. But like, try it. Try it for a week. Try 5 to 10 minutes of warm up, like with the code that you hate the least, or even if it's like try hard, and then just see how you feel.
Okay.
You know, if you're like, I literally feel no different whatsoever. This is useless. Okay, then invest those 5 to 10 minutes elsewhere. But don't just try it. You know. And that's the mindset here. Like that's the mindset with everything that we do is we want to experiment. We want to find out what's best for us, you know? And everyone's going to be different. Okay. But I wouldn't play you for it. Okay. But we need to go back to the original question here, which was like, what is the optimal training schedule, time per day, how much rank do you play versus how much do you scrim? How often do you scrim per week with the team that you're on right now?
We scrim 2 to 3 days a week, and then we usually have 2 games. So we probably put in like 6 to 10 hours per week as a team, in either a scrim or an official setting.
Okay, so your day where you do not have scrims, what does your training day look like, or how should it look like?
It's just hours of ranks, to be honest.
Okay, so this is your pop quiz from studying my content and knowing how you should train. Okay, tell me what you should be doing. How long should you play? With what intensity should you play, and so on. Fill me in.
Well, I was watching a video the other day, and you said that I can't remember the word for it, but like if you play too much, you're not getting as much out of it. So you talked about like, well, first of all, like taking breaks here and there, like mental breaks, but then to not like over steam yourself, because you don't want to play too much. So I feel like when I do grind, I just sit here and I play for hours on end, and I don't take breaks or anything like that. So I feel like that would be ideal to maybe start splitting up my blocks.
Okay. So on days where you're not playing scrims, how long do you play? How do you structure your hours? How many hours do you play? Optimally. I'm not asking like what are you doing right now, but what should you do? What's the goal here?
I mean like 2 to 4.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. 2 to 4. Would you take short breaks between cues?
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, if my cues are pretty quick, I can't do that. But I think like every few games, it would probably be smart to take a little break.
Okay. And then what about the days where you're scrimmaging?
Like I don't know, play like an hour beforehand, and then just play a few hours afterhand. So like I can warm up for the scrim, and then once I'm warmed up, I can go back into ranked and keep playing. Okay,
and obviously going back in means that you don't have a lot of gas in the tank left, right? After the scrim.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like I said, a lot of the scrims that we do don't really take a lot out of me because it's not that stressful.
Okay.
But if we like have a really close official, like, yeah, I mean, my tank will be on E sometimes. So, but at that point, like I have to drive home from the arena, so I have like a good half hour to just relax and take a break.
Gotcha. Okay. Something like, I mean, we want 3 hours at least every day of really, really good intense practice. And whether that's in ranked or whether that's in scrims, it has to happen. And that not only means that you need to be more efficient with the time that you're spending in, it probably also means for most people, yourself included, that you need to be trying a lot harder in the games that you are playing, ranked included. And by trying harder, that means, actively practicing whatever for Kiriko, Suzu, positioning, whatever, like really, really focusing as hard as you can. Because, I mean, you and if you were in MMA for a while, right? You all know that one guy who's been training at the gym for years and he still can't throw a good jab. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yep.
And then there's nothing. It's all about like how intensely were they actually training, or were they just showing up just to check something off the list? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And don't be that guy. And you're really at a point in time where you really cannot afford to just simply play to get better, because you're now like, we're not talking about like the top 1% anymore. You're already there. We're talking about the top 0.1%. You know what I'm saying? That has to change. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how intensely you're training, but I could probably guess it's not nearly intensely enough.
it's definitely not intense enough. I mean, like I'm definitely trying and I'm focusing hard to win and I'm shot calling and stuff like that. But I think when it comes to I think I get carried away with shot calling so much that sometimes I kind of autopilot my own play instead of
Right.
focusing like
Well,
in on everything.
when you shot call, why do you shot call?
I think it gives you a big advantage in ranked,
Right,
like if your
right.
team is on the same page. So
But when you focus on
um,
shot calling, what are you practicing?
I mean, I'm also practicing for my team. I feel like
Right,
I
right, right,
can,
right, right. But in ranked,
yeah,
you see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
you don't care about like you can call the basics, you should, but if you're taking mental energy and ranked and shot, well, do you shot call and ranked? I don't want to assume.
Not every game, but if it's like a higher level lobby, then
Okay,
I will.
okay, okay. I mean, I think calling us some basic stuff is good. You should be communicating some basic stuff, but just be careful. Just be careful,
Yeah,
because that's also those higher ranked games is also when like you get the absolute most practice out of positioning and using your Suzu and so on. And so we need to make sure like if you're focusing on shot calling in a high ranked lobby, you're focusing on practicing your shot calling in a high ranked lobby. You're not focusing on practicing your other things. You kind of see what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. I got you.
Okay, something to consider. But yeah, the reason why I'm the 3 to 4 hour guy is because it's not because I think that playing a lot is bad. It's because I see a lot of players do the 5 6 hours of ranked and they're just never really break the 90% effort threshold, and so that they never
Yeah,
really, they reach the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Like you can only get so good doing that.
yeah. They burn out.
Right, right, right. Well, you burn out, but also you don't get better. Like you just completely plateau. You have to push the. If you want to run faster, you have to run as fast as you can. If you want to get better at Overwatch, you have to train as hard as you can. And you have to be very specific with that training. Like you have to actually have something that you're practicing, right? So okay. Do 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 do. So training, I will overall say I want more condensed, more effort in your training, specifically on the stuff that we talk about, or stuff that you come at in your own gameplay or your own reviews. You know, I need to be practicing this skill set in Kiriko or this in Zen. Practice, 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 practice that. And then when you feel the fatigue setting in, take a break, and then or just call it. You know, or you keep playing, but just you're not playing to improve at that point. You're just playing for fun. You know.
Yeah,
Okay.
or playing like an alt or something like
Yeah,
that.
just chill, off roll. You know, like play some quick play or queue on an off roll and just like chill, whatever. I don't really matter. But like there needs to be very clear segregation between practice time and playing time, and just for fun. Okay.
Yeah,
Sleep is definitely on the lower end. I mean, I know college student, ha ha ha, but like it's definitely on the lower end, especially for a mechanically intensive role. So be cautious. 6 or 7 isn't great. What do you feel is holding you back from improving? I think positioning and just figuring out how to maximize everything. Please elaborate.
yeah. Because like okay, for example, there's basic things that you learn as a player. Like for example, how to use your kit. Like with Ana, like sleep and nade, or with Kiriko, like Suzu. But I
Mm.
think what really differentiates level of play is like specifically how and when they use it. Like the second that they use Suzu, how they get it forced out. Like I feel like cooldowns there's a lot of depth to the usage, and I think that's really what separates levels of play. And I think that's something I really need to get better at.
Okay.
Um, like I
Okay.
feel like sometimes I get my Suzu forced in situations that I just didn't need to use it,
Mm.
uh, and it ends
Why
up
do you
biting
think
us in
that
the butt.
is? Why do you think that is?
Um, I don't know. I think from a ranked aspect, if I don't know the player and I don't know what they're thinking, it's very hard for me to just like trust that they're going to live. So almost any time that I see someone get crit, I just Suzu them because I don't know if they're going to keep peeking. I don't know if they're going to play cover. Like I don't know what cooldowns they have.
So let
Um,
me ask you a question. What separates you from a great Kiriko and yourself? If do you think the great Kirikos know whether they're going to peak again or not?
uh, Not necessarily. I think when it goes to like ultraviolet and CJ and Luke, I mean mechanics is huge. I mean I thought my mechanics were good, but watching those guys like it's ridiculous. Um, but just positioning overall, like being in a situation to where the other team can't pressure you that well, um, and you can get a ton of output. Like I think ultraviolet is
Mm.
probably the best in the world at that on Baptiste in Overwatch 1. Like his positioning was so good, um, that like other pros were literally watching him. So I
Yeah.
think that that's my biggest thing was just to figure out how to position, where to position, when to rotate, and just to
Okay. Okay. Right. Just to make sure that you're not bringing up like, oh, I don't know if they're gonna peak again, because nobody knows the answer to that one, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's more about knowing about like finding what you can control and dealing with that. But yeah, absolutely. Okay, so positioning. I feel like I have most of the basics mastered, just understand how very high output. I'm still missing the high level mindset and macro understanding. Anything else you want to elaborate on there, or is that mostly it?
Nah, I mean, I think that's pretty much where I am. Like I said, I know the basic fundamentals, or at least higher level fundamentals, but I still think there's a massive separation between me and where I want to be.
Yeah.
And even if it's just really small things and tweaks that I need to make, I know they're there, and I haven't been able to fix them for like the last year because I don't know where to look.
Okay, we'll take a look at it then. Any other questions before we get into this?
Nah, I mean that's about it.
Okay, let's start the stream here. So, I like to ask a lot of questions. And the way I like to ask the questions is I like to pretend that I'm implying something, but I'm not, just to make you embarrassed and think. So I'm gonna keep you on your toes.
Okay.
What is Kiriko good at?
She has extremely good healing. She has good damage output. She can off angle because she has TP. Her E is completely broken. It can bail people out in a lot of situations. She has really good mobility. And actually, the last time that I did a coaching session with a friend of mine, he told me that the verticality of Kiriko I was not using enough at all.
Okay.
I think I have such an Ana mindset with a lot of these heroes that it kind of transitioned over to Kiriko, and I definitely do not use her verticality much at all.
Okay.
I also think my ult usage at times can be questionable, but her ult is like extremely strong.
Okay, we'll take a look. Now, you said her healing output is extremely strong. I think you're wrong. I think her healing output.
How do you hit me through the fucking?
Sorry.
You're good.
Let me DM him. Hold on.
You're good. I think you're okay. Yeah. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Love it. I think your healing output is strong, but it's been nerfed twice.
That's true.
Okay,
yeah.
So I think your healing output is important, but it's not the most important thing. And the reason why I bring this up is because every single Kiriko VOD review I've done for the last 3 or 4 weeks has been revolving around making the adjustments, because we have a bunch of, respectfully, brain damaged Kiriko players that are used to playing with Winston or whatever, or Reinhardt, and all they do is they just mash the healing button. Right.
Yeah, yep.
Right. And you can even see it from the metas that we're playing right now. Now you're playing with a Winston right now. He's going to need healing. But you also have an Ashe. And they also have an Echo. This isn't just Winston, Reaper, Tracer, smash your faces into each other over and over and over again meta, right? There is so much more to the hero, whether it's the verticality and the mobility that you need to control. So let's see how we do. I just did a Kiriko VOD review today about this with the contenders or soon to be Overwatch World Cup flex support, and we talked a lot about this, so I'm warm.
You're warm? Sounds good.
Yeah. This is good? Okay. Now, how does Ball affect you? Let's talk about Ball a little bit. So Ball is buffed, probably gonna be seeing more of Ball. What do you think about Ball?
He's really annoying to play against. I think just against dive in general, but especially with how often he has slams. Like if my other support doesn't peel for me, I feel like I get my cooldowns forced a lot.
Okay. Question for you: should you be shooting this Ball right now?
Yeah, that's something I was gonna say. Yeah, it does like no damage, especially when he has armor. It does literally nothing. I think it's just I don't know. I was just shooting him because there's no one else on the screen, kind of thing.
Right. So I'm bringing that up not necessarily because this one's a mistake, but because I'm going to be on your butt this entire VOD review for this.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's not only something important for Ball; it's also important versus most tanks, where your return on investment is a lot higher elsewhere. So let's see how we do. Good. Nice. didn't even realize Stratus was playing this much anymore.
Yeah, I was duoed with him actually, because I told him I needed a VOD, so...
Did you know him from collegiate or previous experience?
No, I ran into him in a ranked game like weeks ago, and I started getting into a lot of games with him and talking to him, so
cool.
just kind of, yeah.
The Justice old guard.
Yeah, I was a big fan of him and Corey. He's a really cool guy.
Did you see what you just did here? I don't want to understate how important this is. You're shooting D.Va, okay, but then right there, you see that?
Yeah, the headshot.
Oh, that was almost a kill right there. Cooldown's forced, AFK, downtime. Do you see this?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So important with Kiriko that you're seeing these windows of opportunity and you're nailing them again and again and again and again. Make sense? It is too easy to just turn your brain off at the zero. It's one of the worst things that you can do. And that applies to not only the targets that you're shooting, but also whether you're healing or whether you're damaging. Brain has to be on all the time. You almost healed Sumito.
Every time I headshot him, I know he's getting annoyed, so it just makes me smile.
Now, this one ticks me off.
Yeah, because he bubbled, so...
Right.
Yeah.
It's okay. Not the end of the world. Now, let's think this one through. Why was this Suzu unnecessary?
He's half health, and he bubbles himself, and I also don't think... Well, there's an echo on him, but... Okay, yeah.
Okay, now let
me... You can just drop too.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you had Suzu here, would you have Suzu'd this?
I mean, I didn't see him block, so I was just kind of hoping that he would block.
Right. We're talking about anticipation, aren't we?
Yeah.
We know that he has bubble, so we shouldn't have Suzu'd. We know that she has ice block, so we're not going to Suzu. Now, what did they just press at this point in time, ultimate-wise?
They rallied.
So, what should she be doing right now?
Either kiting... I mean, I end up using my ult, but... I saw them rally, and I saw Stratus stuck, so I just kind of ulted and hoping that it was going to give us a little bit of space and maybe bail him out.
Ready for a scalding hot take?
Yes.
You were too slow to ult.
That's fair.
Okay. Now, the reason why I was talking about Suzu previous to this is because we're talking about the same skill set. Even though it's a cooldown and an ultimate. You should have anticipated this, right? You did, or you're telling me anyway, that you did anticipate ice block, so you were not panicked, right? But here's an active rally. They're pushing. Press the Q. Now. Has to be now, right? If they waited out, okay, Kiriko ult for rally. I mean, I don't know about you, but that's not the worst thing in the world, especially if we get to keep our positions. But by the time you use it, it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah.
This is an unbelievable important skill for Kiriko. You have to be able to anticipate. That's how you talked about Suzu's earlier, whether we should waste Suzu or not. It's all about anticipation. You don't react to it. You don't go, oh, that person is critical. Oh, they've got ice block, I think. Oh, okay, no, it's too late by then. You should already know ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? And be waiting for it. Just like EMP and Zenyatta's Transcendence back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's too late. It's over. I mean, even here, there's ice block. Like that Suzu already needs to be leaving your hand. You should be at a moment's notice ready to Suzu because you know that person doesn't have ice block and they're all focusing. And yet, it's too slow. You see that? Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of credit that was unbelievably fast, but still, right?
Yeah, that's what I need to be ready for.
Right. And the way to improve your anticipation is the way to improve your reaction is to anticipate, not to react, right? You should know ahead of time what's coming. And we'll talk about how more to practice that as we get through the review. You know he has bubble, right? So no Suzu. What's the mistake here?
I mean, I spent too much time looking at Sam.
Right.
I mean, I was shooting shots that are like extremely difficult to hit.
Well, maybe. I don't even think it was spending too much time. I think it's the opposite. I don't think he knew where Sam was.
Yeah, not until my Ashe died.
Right? You just lost track. And what were we doing in the meantime? We're shooting Diva.
Yeah.
Right? This is how you carry. This is how you carry. We've said, you notice how like everything that we've talked about has kind of have a similar line of thought?
Yeah.
Anticipation, not being surprised, paying attention to what, not just turning your brain off and shooting tanks and healing tanks to do, but actually like thinking, anticipating, where are they at? What do I need to be doing? Where's Sam?
I think he's still above me.
Yeah. Do you think damage on Emong right now is going to be how you win this fight?
Not at all.
How do you win this fight? There's two ways that you win this fight. On my screen that I can, or not on my screen. What are they?
I mean, I feel like I could pressure out Sam.
Yeah. Or
and maybe take like a high ground or something.
What else is What else is happening on your screen?
Wait, we blizzarded.
Yeah. Do you think that you're going to be able to follow up on all those targets right now? Maybe, maybe not. I think Stratus might need help.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? Are we going to shoot Emong? Or are we going to see if these targets are freezable and killable? Or are we going to pick some pot shots and backline? Or are we going to pay attention to Sam? Let's find out.
I definitely not shoot at Emong.
I mean, okay, too many shots at Emong, but still, okay, not bad. Do you need to Suzu this? If you had it. Huh.
I mean, I would have probably.
Yeah,
I don't know if I need to.
Why?
Because of how low he is, and I don't think he has bubble. I mean, I wasn't thinking about bubble like in this moment.
Yeah,
like,
you see that, right? Now, do I expect you to track Amp and Ice Block and Bubble and Recall?
No, but I think when it comes to my tank, it's the most important.
Probably the most important, right? Uh-oh. That's it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's keep watching. I'm not really elaborating in detail because I just want to keep watching a little bit more, and we'll accumulate a portfolio. Okay, so keep thinking.
Sounds good. Yeah, I see. I mean, it's happened multiple times now that we Suzu and Bubble at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Let me ask
he
you a
just kind of
question.
took it out.
Did you know he was there?
Not until he walked out. I didn't.
Right.
I just heard his footsteps.
A little bit of a surprise. Okay. That's a great Kiriko voice line. It's just unamused. All right. Surely. Right?
Yeah, I think I do all, but it's not quick enough. I think we just kite. Yeah.
Well, right. Well, you're in a position to kite, right? So it actually makes sense, right? Okay. Does this guy need Suzu?
He has bubble, but he was kind of out of it, so I just kind of panicked. He has okay, yeah. No, he does not need it at all.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see how big the skill is, isn't it? And big in scope and big in importance. It's not easy to do this. You know what I'm saying? We've talked about Ice Lock. We talked about tracking the DPS's position. We've talked about using your Suzu. We talked about using your ultimate to match space when you couldn't cut it out. This is a big concept, but oh my days, is the return on investment big. If you can even make minor improvements at this, you're going to have major return on investment. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
And there you go.
Yeah.
So, there you go. You want to be ultraviolet. That's it right there. And again, I'm not asking you to track everything. It's the biggest, simplest, most important things to track, and then we go from there.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go. There you go. Good shots. Good shot, the soldier there. We weren't shooting Emong, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're just gonna straight up C9.
Wait, can I ask a question real quick? Because
Yeah.
I want to make sure, because I've talked to a few people about this. When you weave, you are an absolute, like after the nerf, you're not losing any heals at all, right?
As far as I know, the answer is no.
Okay, I just want to make
as
sure.
far, I would bet a lot of money that the answer is no. Because it was already very borderline, like marginal loss in healing before. Now, I don't think it's any loss at all. The only assumption is that you're not having to flick your heals and damage a lot, like BAP, where it might be kind of hard. But yeah, I don't think there's any loss here. That was a double damage though. So do you see how you lost a little bit of healing there?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when we're talking about healing, then yeah, we need to try and do one heal. Unless you don't need a lot of healing, then obviously double. I mean, I honestly don't think there was a lot you could have done there. I think that fight was lost. Now this is interesting. Now you just got rolled. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, they shielded. Didn't need it.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Is this fight won or lost?
I mean, it's not looking good for us, but I do have rush.
Press the Q.
So, yeah.
Press the Q. Again, it's the same kind of skill. Just anticipate. It's not one. Use the ult right now. Win the fight. Just go zoomy right up across there. Just use it.
Yeah.
Use it.
I end up using it way too late.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And now your mantra's stuck in a yeah, and that's it. Okay.
I tried to. Yeah, I tried to.
I listen. I'm giving you a hard time, but yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's the least of our concerns, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was just trying to time it when he came out of ice block, and it
Yeah. Good movement. Yes. Infinitely more value. I mean, look at that right there, right? All the crap damage that you've done over like the last 10 seconds, you hit 2 body shots in Sumito, and then you win. You might actually win the fight off of that now. Nice job. Really good job. Mm-hmm. Okay. Nice.
Oh, I didn't need it. I cleansed her Stratus, actually. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, I did. People are just now remembering how absolutely horrific Briggs Rally is.
Yeah.
I hate that ultimate so much. Okay. Wait. No. Nah, that's okay. It's a good hold. Okay. What are you seeing so far? So we talked about we're just gonna kind of cruise, you know, and we cruised. We got through a lot of gameplay. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm not tracking my tank's cooldowns a lot, but also I'm wasting Suzu a lot, and I'm not ulting quick enough at all.
Right. And what needs to be practiced here? So we've diagnosed the problem. Like we've diagnosed, I feel sick. I keep doing this. Okay, so what do we need to be doing better? How do we fix this?
I think like overall, I just need to pay more attention to like my teammates' usage too, instead of just my own. Because I think I get more value out of my kit if I know like what the cooldowns are of the rest of my team.
I mean, you can't know how to use Suzu if you don't know the status of your Maze Ice Block. You know what I'm saying? So stop thinking about your use of Suzu and start thinking about your Winston's Primal Rage and your Maze Ice Block. And then you should be good to go. Now let me ask you a question. You are not on Winston, you are on Diva, you're on Pharmacy, and you're on Tracer. Then how do you use Suzu?
I mean, I have really high mobility and like self-sustain with the team, and Diva has Matrix. So, I mean, I don't know. I want to say like it depends on the comp that we're playing against.
Sure, but does anything that we're talking about in terms of tracking your team's cooldowns apply?
Not really.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't apply. Look at the enemy comp. Let's say Holy Shift Kid isn't in there, and you're the Kiriko. The Kiriko Lusu. What do you need to track in the enemy composition? You see? There's really nothing there. So if anything gets critical, like Samito is critical, Lighter's critical, Dallas critical, whatever, you Suzu them. You don't need to track anything. So then that opens up your brain waves to do what instead?
I don't know. Like I don't have to focus on it as much.
Sure. You can focus on your mechanics, focus more on your positioning, things like that. So you have to understand that this is just what you need to be doing. This is what an elite level Kiriko needs to do. You need to kind of have an idea of like, oh, we're on this. Okay, this is what I do, right? So like right now, look at your comp. What do you need to track?
Simple Bubble and Ice Block.
Bubble and Ice Block, or even just one of them if you want to. Works for me. Or Primal, whatever. That's it. Okay. And then when it comes to your ultimates, just use the ult. If is the fight won, no, use the ult. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, would you relate that kind of like with Zenol? Like, if you have nothing that gets forced, you can kind of just
yeah, exactly. And even how you use your Harmony in Discord, right? Who do you Harmony? Who do you Discord?
I mean, if I have like a Tracer, I'll Harmony them. I usually Discord tanks. I don't know if that's always the best.
Well, but that's the problem right there. Stop. You've created a flow chart when you need to be looking at who's more aggressive. It depends on the situation. You Discord whoever's the most aggressive and or the most pressurable and or the most killable or the most person pressure, right? So your Harmony, right? Do you Harmony your Tracer? Well, yeah, but what if your Echo's playing more aggressively or your Tracer's out, you know? And so that then again, it comes back to our awareness, right? To where you're actually paying attention to what's going on in the battlefield so you can make that decision about who do you Harmony, who do you Discord, or heck, even who you shoot, right? Okay. A little sloppy with their cover. I think just holding bus here is fine. Just be really careful. Like these transitions between car and bus need to be done really smoothly, otherwise you might get lasered.
Yeah, we just just took flight.
Let me ask you a question. Should you have Suzu this? Be honest with me.
I mean, my idea going in was to do it, and then we got booped really high in the air, and I was just scared that I wasn't going to hit it, so I just didn't use.
Right. And honestly, he just got nuked immediately. He also had bubbled still, right? So theoretically, there should be no rush, right?
Yeah.
This is not a problem. This is unfortunate. Don't you dare shoot Emon. You were thinking about it.
Yeah, I was.
It's the same. By the way, that's the same thing with Zen as well. You could do a lot of tank damage with Zen. But if you hit one shot, two shots on so-and-so, much bigger return on investment. Okay. Unfortunate. Let's keep going. There's the Ramatra swap. Emon gets RKO'd. What happens to Emon?
I don't. He just blows up. I don't know what happened, to be honest with you.
Oh, he tries to peel off his soldier. He Matrixes way too late. Oh my days! Why is we waiting so long to Matrix? Emo, crying out loud. Okay, yeah. Loses like 400 HP, and then yeah. Now
that's what happens when you're only 80% mental. Remember?
Ah, yeah. See. That's right. That's right. This is what happens when you see these Twitch streamers play. Permanently mid. You know? But that's their job, you know what I'm saying? Like that's their job.
Exactly.
Their job is to stream all day long, so you can't. So they have fun, they have a good time, they play good or decent, for long periods of time. But that's not, you don't have to stream for a job. So you should be playing with much more intensity. So
yeah, I don't know if I needed to back up this far because I feel like my heals just take forever to get there. Like I don't really know what I was scared of here.
Yeah. I think, and then obviously like you could look at this here as in like anybody's critical, they're gonna need to get Suzu'd because we no longer have ice block and such. So okay. Unfortunate, Emong pops off. I love the Kiriko ult. I feel like if you're able to just keep your Tracer up there, I think that fight's winnable. I think this fight might still... Oh, tragic. Okay. To be honest with you, there's been some goofy mistakes here, but this is an important rule for you, okay? So if you want to get better, do self-VOD review at all?
Like never.
Okay,
No.
okay. If you were to self-VOD review, I would recommend that. 10, 15 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week, right?
Okay.
And if you were to look at that past fight, was there egregious positional cooldown, attention, tracking, damage errors? That fight right there.
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
so next fight. You need to know when it's just not to say unlucky, because yes, you probably could have positioned slightly better or could have Suzu'd slightly better there, but it's not as big as the fights that we've seen up to this point. It's the low-hanging fruit that we're after, right? We don't want to obsess over stupid details that don't really matter right now. The reason why I bring up stuff like shooting D.Va, even though it's a little bit more of a detail, is why.
It just does like no damage, especially when she has armor.
Well,
and if
well, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can get like especially a headshot on a squishy just completely forces them out of the fight.
But what did I just say about details? Like we don't want to obsess over details, we want to obsess over low-hanging fruit. So why am I obsessing over what seems like a detail?
I don't know, I'm doing it pretty often.
Right. It keeps happening over and over and over and over again. That's the key thing. It's equivalent of like waking up in the morning and slapping yourself in the face. Why? Like it's like it's not that big of a deal, but like just why? We could be doing so much more than that because it happens so frequently, right? But if it's just like, oh well, I positioned a little too far away, unless that's a consistent issue with you, we don't care. Nice. Liking the shots here. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Liking the shots here too. Good attention. Nice. Nice! This is great. Now I'll say this minor thing right here. You just heard tactical visor, so anticipate. Right? What's about to happen?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
right? You see? You see? How is this Suzu so good? How does it work so well? Right. And how are you able to land it? Why did you look to your right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I doinked it off a Stratus or something.
My point here is that you hear tactical visor, you don't know where Echo is, and so you look to support your tactical visor, and sure enough, there's the Echo.
Okay, yeah,
do you see what I'm saying? It kind of comes back to that anticipation we talked about earlier, where it's like there's a tactical visor. Bang! If you're not preemptively checking this out and like anticipating this, then then he dies. I mean, like look at that. Oh my gosh, like a pixel away from dying. And then we're back to shooting Brig, right? Because Brig doesn't get the beat. Why would we shoot Emong, right?
Yeah.
And there you go. You got a couple of damages on her shields. No. You see this? You see? It's an opportunity cost. It's something I say again and again. It's not that it's free damage. It's almost never is there free damage. Now, if Emong is literally feeding, yes, shoot Emong. But it's not. Where's your Lucio? Could you help your soldier right now? Where's Sam? Right? You turn your attention, and guess what? That means you're taking your attention off of something that's more important. And now you've lost your positioning.
Yeah.
Now, could you have held your position against me? Probably not. Probably not. Okay. Good. Oh. I mean, razor thin margins that we're winning this fight. You know what I'm saying? Razor thin margins. I mean, this is Kiriko too. Like we talk about heroes like Mercy that kind of carry over many good decisions, right? Kiriko's a lot like that. Like Kiriko, you still have the opportunity to hit a big Suzu, to hit a big shot, right? But it's not like Zenyatta where you just hit the shot, or you know, Ana, you hit the sleep dart, you just win the fight off of that. You do have to do things like you did there, which was a good Suzu, good healing, good damage. You know what I'm saying? You have to do a lot of good things. Okay. All right. Now you need to be ready. This is insanity, by the way. What's about to what does a good Kiriko do? What does a good Kiriko anticipate right now? What is your team about to do? What is your team about to do?
They're probably going to play aggressive with their rally, and my team's probably going to back up.
Okay, and so then what are you ready to do at a moment's notice, if necessary?
If they like hard rush us and I have a good opportunity to ult.
Just, yeah, slam it. If they cross this line up here, you slam it. This is insanity. This is insanity.
Yeah, I don't know what yeah.
You're thinking, I'm going to help them, but that's not thinking, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you've messed up. Use it. Right now. Right now. Use it. It's over. Ah! No! No! It's in the stupid The Office.
Yeah. I live in Scranton.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
Yeah,
this is how I'm feeling right now. Okay? No, I mean, Emong, you're even fortunate to catch Emong's mech here. Oh my goodness gracious. This kid ticking me off, man. All right. It's about anticipation. Just brain on, you know? You know that that's what's gonna happen. Your rally, your first thought process should be like, what are they gonna do with it? Right? What am I gonna do with it? Now, if you're thinking and you make the wrong decision, at least you learn something from it. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't mind you feeding because you were trying. Uh-oh. I bet you did. He didn't even Sam. Did you even know Sam was there?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Love to see it. Nothing else to shoot, so light her up. All right. Where are we at with time here? Oh, we're good. Oh, we got the game right early.
The top half of my screen is Legos right now, so I don't know how much time's left.
Oh, okay. It's my elite Discord stream bit rate. Yeah. Only the most blocky of blocks. But do you notice how crystal clear the colors are? You know, it's red, blue. You can see that the lines just, it's beautiful. It's cubism. Okay. I like this position here. Nice. Hey, look at that. You know, you hit a shot, target dice. All right. Ah, look at you. You hear tactical visor? You turn your attention. This guy needs to survive. There it is. Okay, he's down. Now we're safe. Hey, you do have a brain. All right.
A little bit.
Look at that. Check my soldier. Okay, we're good. We're gonna use the ult to right? No reason not to Suzu that, right? No reason not to. You're not gonna need it for anything else. No cooldowns to track. Just use it when somebody gets low. All right. Nice. Got a nice little bit of weave going on here. Okay, let me ask you a question. Now this is going to be crossing the line from reasonable expectations to especially unreasonable for ranked. Do you see how aggressive your position is right now? Your Lucifer's not with you. That's problem number one. Does the enemy team have an ultimate to push with?
They have copy.
Yeah, and you should probably anticipate rally at this point as well.
Yeah.
So what's the problem with your position?
It ends up happening was like my team's clumped up over there, so if I TP and they rush, I'm basically just TPing right into where they're rushing. Right.
Now, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of this one because when we start like getting into in detail ult tracking and foolishness like that, it's tough, you know. But just something to consider. Good beat. Oh, huge. Oh, even huger.
Yeah. Demon got a clip.
Oh, look at him go. We got the 3K. All right. Nice. Look at you go. Look at you go. Look at you clear high ground. Nice. Now we're definitely weaving some heals here, right? You see your mantra?
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is you're looking at him, he's crit now, but he actually needs healing before that. So you're shooting. Right now, he already needs healing, and you're still clip nothing, right? And again, if they get too aggressive and they drop and they start feeding, your finger's hovering over the Q, right? You're just waiting for it. Nobody in your team needs any support. Let's hit the shots. You're cracked. You're cracked. You have the best, you turned off your brain and you pressed the mouse 1 button. You're crazy. You know? But guess what? You had nothing else to pay attention to, so you're able to put full attention onto that. Now, right now, what do you need to be aware of?
I don't know, just my tank. I mean, I'm just trying to focus like Sam out right now. Oh, okay, yeah,
Careful.
yeah.
Careful. What I want to do is I want to try and walk away from this and have a habit that you will love to build. You ever heard of like, there's like a way of approaching Overwatch called like systems, where you build a way of approaching the game that helps you to... Oh, thank you, Backbone, for the sub. Sorry, Backbone was rudely interrupting my coaching session.
Nah, big sub.
To where you actually take the time to, between team fights or even like mid-fight, like just do a quick awareness check, right? Because that will almost never, ever be a bad thing for your teammates or for the enemy teammates. My problem here is you see this here, like we could talk about, oh, your positioning is too out in the open, but I'm like, do you know what's going on behind you?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Right. You know, and this is where the fight's won or lost. Normally, we're not talking about tank. Usually, it's going to be Soldier or Echo doing this, but the point still stands. You know, and what do we got here? And there we go. Oh my days. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it right there.
Turned out quite bad.
And if you can't anticipate this, like we could talk about that being prioritized, the offing will prioritize the DPS, yes. But I think, especially from what we've seen prior up to this, starting with your Suzus, it's all about just anticipating and paying attention to what's going on. Pay attention to your tank's cooldown. Pay attention to your surroundings. Stop tunneling on just what's directly in front of you. That if you want to become elite, it's just that general skill. For you, it's almost like a life skill that you need to build, not even like an Overwatch Kiriko specific skill. You know what I'm saying? I'm being a little bit dramatic here, but the reason why I think this is important is because like this is not meta specific. This is not hero specific, right? This is something that carries over to ranked, to scrims, to Kiriko and Zen and BAP and on and everything, right? Awareness check. What is going on around you? You can't just lose to that, and you can absolutely train awareness. So we'll talk about this in just a few minutes. Like, how do we actually fix this? Okay. Right? Awareness. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Peeking a window and forcing my own Suzu, yeah.
This Suzu should be for Stratus, not for you. Now, right now, if you TP away into your Amatra, what would happen?
My DPS would probably die.
Yep. So you're going to sit. And sure enough, there it is. Now, your cover usage here is, like, respectfully horrendous, and you actually leave Stratus. But... better, I guess. Like, you know, you've really like right now. Get ready. You know what's about to happen, right? Right?
Yeah, they're gonna dive.
Right now. Yes.
Oh, look at that timing, Spilo.
Right. I know, it's brilliant. It was brilliant. Except. Where's their DPS right now?
Samita's above. I have no idea. What I can't see enough to see this one.
Okay, stop shooting Emong first off. Second off,
yeah,
this is it right here. This is it. If you forget about these guys, you're cooked. Nice. Look at you go. Stop shooting Emong. I know he's low. I know it's tempting, but stop. Because you turn away and then you panic Suzu. You see that? Like, oh no, just shoot him. Just shoot the guy. Right? He's got the funnier rage compilations than Emong anyway. So like,
Oh yeah, he does.
Okay. So let's stop right there. What are you seeing? We've talked about a plethora of things, but they all kind of revolve around the same. It's like a spider web. It all comes back to the same center, which is
just paying more attention to like everything that's going on.
Okay. And what things do you need to be paying attention to? We've talked about a lot of things. What things?
Cooldown usage,
Yep.
just ulting quicker,
Bolts.
and then just
Okay.
I think I just need to pay more attention to like where the enemy team is too, because
Sure.
like there's that
Sure.
situation where my DPS get dove and just ran over, and I
Okay.
wasn't with them.
So cooldowns, positions, ults, right? I mean, I feel like I'm talking with a bronze player, right? But you know what? But I'm messing with you because this is I've coached Overwatch League players in this stuff before. If you're
Yeah,
not doing awareness checks, whether it's like, let's say, Hadi's engaging too early because he doesn't realize that his backline isn't ready yet. Like it's just general awareness. This is an unbelievably important skill, and it is not an easy skill to master. Not especially when you have a million things going on your screen at the same time. So we talk about cooldowns, positions, ultimates. How do you practice this? Oh, I need to be more aware. That's useless. How do you practice this?
I think. Well, I mean, just for starters, like not burning myself out, because if I start autopiloting and I'm playing like for too long, I'm definitely just not going to pay attention to anything. But I think just starting like I mean, from the bottom, just start paying attention to my Winston cooldown or my tank cooldown, and then once I can get comfortable with that, moving on to the next thing and the next thing, and just kind of building from it.
Sure. Find the most relevant cooldown to track in your team, whether that's your tank or your DPS cooldown. Like, what if you're playing with a diva? All of a sudden that's not super relevant. Okay, and then is it? Can I pay attention to the ultimates that they have? They need to be aware of. That's something that can be helpful. I think this VOD we saw a lot of times you were losing track of the enemy DPS or like off angles. Whether it was Samito or Iman or Lighter even. You're really not doing a good job keeping track of your flanks, essentially. And that's important, right? The majority of Overwatch is won through controlling space, and if you're not aware of flanks, you're going to lose space and or die. So those are skills we need to practice. That could be pre-fight, reminding yourself to do that. Build up the habit of mid-fight, doing a quick check, stuff like that. Sound good?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, now you practice these one at a time, right? You spend a couple days practicing tracking a tank cooldown, a couple days practicing tracking the angle flank position, a couple days maybe doing a little bit of ult tracking, just have an expectation. Okay, they've got rally, or they've got Ramatra. Like I mean, this. Like if they have Ramatra, it completely changes how you play. Right.
Yeah.
So if there's no like, oh well, I can out. Well, no, you either you play this way or you don't. So okay. This is going to be something that's going to take a little bit of time to practice, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's not a lot of fun. It's not something super sexy, this new tech that I've learned that you can, it's a little dull. However, this is what's going to separate you from everybody else, and at the very least, there's a little bit of variety with it, like tracking cooldowns, tracking ults, tracking positions, tracking angles, maybe spending a little bit of less time shooting DPS or excuse me, just AFKing on tank, right? Or heal botting. I think that's something that's another skill that kind of ties in with those as well. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't know if you can like really answer this, and this is more like a macro thing because it's so new in the season. But do you have any idea or any like just like any idea of like where this meta is going to get taken? Not just from like a ranked aspect, but just like overall. Because I know you made like a tier list, I think, or you were going to.
It's an unrelated tier list. Worst abilities in Overwatch tier lists.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely unrelated. Yeah, yeah.
I would pay very close attention to 3 heroes. This is what I'll put. This that I think are going to probably define the meta. It's going to be Brig, Rhine, and Ball. Pay very close attention to those, because depending on how those heroes feel, other heroes will rise up and complement them. If Brig feels really good, because Ball is really good, and the instant little heal pack thing is a big deal. If Ball's really good on certain maps, if the Rhine changes actually are like pretty significant buffs, then you're going to start seeing other heroes fill in. I mean, you know how the meta works, right? You never pick a meta because all the heroes are strong. It's usually because 1 or 2 heroes are strong, and everybody just pick heroes that complement those heroes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I would start there. Pay very close attention to how Rhine, Ball, and Brig feel, and then depending on that, that's whether we'll see Zen come back or not. We see Brig come back, we'll see Zen come back. If we see, Rhine come back, well then, we're probably not going to see much Brig. It'll be, I think it will probably be, at least for the next several weeks, more map specific until it gets quote unquote solved. But keep an eye on those heroes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Here's
what let's do before we finish this up. Remember the 3 things that we talked about? Awareness of position, ultimates, and angles. And then also the avoid tunneling on healing or DPS. Type that in our channel right now before we leave.
Gotcha.
So we have something to go back on. And by the way, I also really liked the first question I asked, which was like, or the answer rather to the question, because I was like, oh, what do you think we need to improve here? And you're like, well, I need to look at my training schedule actually.
Yeah,
because I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. Like how many of these issues? Why are you making these mistakes? You know what I'm saying? We definitely could. This is not something that you're obviously thinking about, but I think at least part of the reason why you're not thinking about them is because your training schedule is not as efficient, and you're just fatiguing yourself out.
Yeah, definitely am.
Okay. No more questions?
I mean, I think that's pretty good. It gives me a lot to think about.
Okay. If you do have any questions, just shoot me a message, all right? And then also the replay code rule for students is, are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, shoot me a replay code whenever. Okay, a week from now, a month from now, whenever. And send me a couple of timestamps, 3-4 timestamps of like, what do I do here, what do I do here, what do I do here, how do I position, what do you think about this, what do I do in this matchup? It can be Zen, Ana, Kiriko, whatever. And I'll get back to you in a couple of days. Sound good?
Sounds good to me, man.
All right,
I appreciate
keep
it a
in
lot.
touch. Good luck. This is going to be obviously hard, but I'm sure I'm sure you'll be up to it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, man.
Cheers. That was Zach, Flex Support Extraordinaire. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. That was fun. That was definitely a little bit different from our normal Kiriko review, which is always keeps things fresh. Okay, let's get into our replay review here. And so chat, I haven't been keeping up with chat, but we have a raffle review today in about 45 minutes. So stay tuned. But we have a code here first. I'm so excited, guys. We're gonna have so much fun today. I'm really looking forward to the worst ability tier list. I don't even know exactly how I'm going to do it because it's not like you can have a tier list of abilities. So I might do like tier list of heroes. And then I think it will be pretty obvious about which ability I'm talking about here. What is raffle? Raffle means I just draw randomly who gets a coaching session. So it's free coaching in like 45 minutes, something like that. Okay, let's take a look at our next session here. Thank you for the sub. What is my favorite fruit? Watermelon, probably. I know it's a little bit basic, but I really do enjoy watermelon, to be honest with you. Dang it, gotta remove somebody. Who do I remove? I don't quack. It doesn't ring a bell, but I'm scared to remove. I don't remember all of these people. I don't know who Monk is. Sorry, Monk. You guys might remember some of these names. Facility, Fishcake, Hades, Urki. You guys remember Urki from way back in the day? Dragon Eddie. Obviously, you guys know these guys. Boger, Lethal, A&J, Admiral Raptor, Ascoft, Boostio, Commander X, Don, Donid, Ding, FD God, False, Get Amazed. Some of these people, man, some of them are like literally they haven't been playing Overwatch in like 4 years. Backbone? It's Monk Mutta. Is it Monk Mutta? Oh, whoopsies. I don't know if I might have removed Monk. Okay. Hey, Backbone. How you doing, mate? I really like watermelon. Pineapple is also really good, but pineapple is more good in like smaller doses. Oranges. Okay, here's an underrated fruit. Maybe. Okay. True story. We should do a fruit tier list.
I told you.
I really like grapefruit, man. A grapefruit is like aged really well for me. Grapefruit juice is so refreshing. I know it's a little bit bitter, but something about that fruit, I didn't like it much as a kid. It's like an inferior orange. But man, I don't know. You get older, your tastes change. Okay, here's a true story. I didn't like spicy food that much. I'm not a big spicy food. I'm talking about like mild. I'm like the basic white dude kind of spice. But I like pepper and like a little bit of cayenne as I've gotten older. I didn't like it much as a kid. But man, as you get older, I don't know. I swear your tastes change.
These are better than oranges, though.
The Genji Zen gif himself. You had one job. Huh?
These are better than actual oranges.
Okay, thank you.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
Wow.
No. Kiwi enjoyer? I hear kiwi's also really good for you. Yuck. You're yuck. What do you think about Winston this meta? I mean, I don't know. I haven't played enough and seen enough. It's been like 2 days ago. Give me some stuff. Yeah, pineapple is brutal, man.
Cut your gum.
Taste buds do change. I would hope you like pepper. Ha ha, hilarious. You're so funny. Cantaloupe is gas. I cannot tell if that's a compliment or not. Cantaloupe is okay. Cantaloupe is good. It's just very mellow, you know. Cantaloupe is inoffensive. Can we get some love for the lowly banana? I don't like bananas. Okay, here's the hot bananas. There's got to be something genetic with it. True story about bananas. When I was trying to eat bananas as a kid, my dad freaking loved bananas. And what?
When I was trying to eat a kid.
When I was trying to eat a kid? Okay, when I was a kid, whenever I'd try and eat bananas, I would gag. I don't know why.
I hate bananas.
They would make me gag. That being said, bananas are freaking awesome in other things. Like, bananas are like a fundamental in like shakes and banana bread rocks and like banana, even like banana splits are kind of good. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. I don't get bananas.
I like banana flavor, but the texture.
Gas is good. I know it's good. It just the way it was said was weird. Well, you should try pomelo. Pomelo? All right, I'll have to try it. Pomelo. I've heard of that. That about taste is really true. You need to teach your kids how to eat cheese and eggs as well. Hey, conk. But yeah, banana is weird. It's like, I feel like it's like a great complementary food, but it's like bad by itself. Long, big things tend to make you gag. I'm a child. I only like them cut up. Yeah. But like banana and peanut butter is like kind of, I don't know. You ended up getting diamond after the review, by the way. Congrats. I mean, that's all on you. So good for you. Celery. Yeah, celery is weird. Celery's another one. Like, celery is actually like kind of refreshing in a weird way. It's really good with peanut butter as well. But like, it has like, why would I like celery? I don't know why I like it. Why do I like celery? I feel it's something like psychological or something. Yeah. Okay. We should get into our review here. So we're not late for the raffle review. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la 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 la. Skyblaze! Skyblaze is a Kiriko player. Every time a Kiriko player logs in, I'm gonna pull up my average AI player. Okay, let's look at this formula faster. What is your pool and rank? Anabaps and Kiriko. What are your long-term and short-term goals in Overwatch? Short-term goals: improving on Kiriko TP and Suzu usage and hitting GM. Bad goal. I know. It's okay. Long-term goals: really actually improving for improvement's sake. We don't have big aspirations outside of playing collegiate. Sounds good. Currently playing in collegiate. I have to play a lot of Kiriko, which is not my best hero. Part of the motivation here is I want to improve more so I can help do the most of my team. I know I'm capable more. I think I need a nudge in the right direction. Masters 4, so we're on Masters. You guys are gonna have to survive another Kiriko VOD. You guys can do it. Celery is mid, and Cucumber tries to kill me when I eat it. Cucumber, all right. Cucumber is like, okay, I get the refreshing aspect of Cucumber, but I don't like Cucumber, bros.
It tastes good with tomatoes and
Not a fan. Ugh. How many hours of sleep do you get per night on average? 4 to 7? All right, listen, we're gonna have a little talk, Skyblaze. Look at me right now, Skyblaze. I know you're a collegiate student. Wait. I know you're a college student, but please, we can do better than 4 to 7. Can we not do 5 to 7? 5 to 7? Come on, Nate. Come on. 4 to 7 is just way too low. Way too low. You have morning classes, but can you make it 4.5 or 5? You have to listen. If you are listen. Okay, I'm sorry. Can we just have a talk? If you are sleeping an average of 4 hours per night, you need to see somebody. That holds priority over everything else. Do you hear me? 4 hours of sleep is like the equivalent of you have like a chronic illness, or you may or may not have cancer. I'm being a little bit dramatic here, but that is a serious problem. And if it's not a serious problem now, it will be. Trust me. That's more important than anything else. If you're only getting 4 hours of sleep per night, then I would literally quit Overwatch or reconsider the amount of college classes I'm taking. That is a huge problem. That is not even arguable. Like, no, you have to do better than that. No, I'm not. I'm saying it's as like every person I know who's had issues with sleep. Even remember Glenn. Any person who major health issues are in store.
It's just a societal thing.
Okay. And remember, the thing with sleep is return on investment is really rewarding. 5 is not good, but 5 is a lot better than 4. And just because you can do it now doesn't mean it's a good decision either. You have no idea what kind of things. It's like the equivalent of like, oh, I could stay out in the sun and get sunburned all day long. Surely and then I had to wear sunscreen when I was 30 years old. It's kind of too late. I mean, it's still better than to do it, but you need to start building those habits and doing that now. Okay. Obviously, as a medical professional myself, that's my. All right. Anyway, what do you feel is holding you back from improving? I'm lacking in a bit of everything. Mechanics are shaky sometimes. Lately with climbing, I felt overwhelmed in game because sometimes I just can't come up with any answer. My mentality feels okay, but I could be impatient, leads to rage queuing sometimes. Okay, that needs to get a little bit better. Okay, let's do this. Right. So you should have been healing your tracer there. When you wall climbed up and over, you needed to be healing your tracer. You really need to be healing your tracer now, but it's obviously like too late. Too slow in the Suzu. Nice. Oh man, you get rolled. Okay. So a little slow in the Suzu. I want to get as much before I like sit down and have like a breakdown. I want to see more footage. How do you feel about Kiriko pocketing Tracer? I like it as long as the Kiriko can also do damage at the same time. You definitely missed an opportunity there, I'm not gonna lie. Nice. Silly. Chat, what's silly about this? Two reasons why this is silly. One is through what you did, and the other is what you didn't do. Peeking Ash, right? So right now you should be shooting Ash. Now this Ash is also really dense, respectfully. She's not even peeking you, she's shooting tanks. Moron. Okay? You should be shooting this Ash. In addition to that, your Ramatra has Nemesis and Shield. No. No. Your tank has the ability to block any form of burst damage as necessary. No. So, if this is a Winston without bubble, yes, because your Winston would go, woo! But no. Respect the angles. Respect cover. Shooting Kiriko as Ash is so hard only if the Kiriko knows you're there. Our Kiriko just flat out ignored the Ash. Good. A little bit of heal, a little bit of damage. Good. So I'm gonna be real with you. Your Hanzo's dead, most likely, regardless of what you do here. But this is similar to like the Tracer issue, where I feel like people around you need support, need help. And if it's not directly in front of your face, you kind of forget they're there. your positioning here is probably fine. I mean, look at how much time they waste here. Look at this, look at this. Let's get the Kiriko, guys! Let's get it! Right? But you're just gonna TP away. But your Hanzo dies too fast here. Like, your Hanzo needed to get healing here, and you're not even looking at him. The same thing happened with the Tracer as well. And honestly, it's like a similar... You know, it's actually... If you... Skyblaze, did you watch the previous VOD review? A lot of what I had to say on the previous VOD review has to apply to you as well, although for you, you're a little bit worse at it. It's this awareness of like what's going on around you with like whether it's the enemy team or the friendly team, and like your Hanzo's dead, your Tracer's dead, you peeked in Ashe, you didn't even think that the Ashe was shooting at you, right? So it's like this positioning is fine. I would have TP'd first and then Suzu'd. Just so you could actually get to the fight, you know? Don't sit there, because you're gonna have to use both anyway, so you might as well let your team get value out of the Suzu as well, because you can't just Suzu and the Junker Queen will let me go. No, she's gonna keep shooting you. So you're gonna need to leave anyway. I mean, you could use your ult here. You could use it. Nah. I feel like we just never got an opportunity to use it, but I feel like we could have used it to just secure the fight. Okay, maybe this is a little bit of a hot take here, but I think people think that Kiriko ult is just like a straight up game fight winner. It's the greatest ult of all time, but it's not as good anymore. You see, the meta has shifted, right? Not only do we have nerfs to like the cooldown, regeneration, and all that kind of foolishness, right? But we also... the lingering, I think, got nerfed as well. I don't know. Anyway, regardless, it's the metas are no longer everybody's clumped up in one spot anymore, so it's just not as powerful as an ultimate. So just use it to win a fight. I'm not saying it's like Valk or Cole. It's probably a little stronger than those ults. But it's okay to use it to secure a fight. You know what I'm saying? Okay. No idea I was like this. Like what? I'm being more noisy. That's fine. This isn't a roast review, technically. I'm being a little bit. The noisiness. True story. This is like the original Spilo. This isn't technically a roast review, I don't think. So I'm gonna, but I initially that's how I started as just roast VOD review. Anyway, but there's more Spilo lore later on with Spilo lore. The ego of saying that even. Let's focus on actually what's happening on the screen here. So. This is good. I like this. Obviously, if you had Suzu here, this is great fun. And if your Hanzo hit the shot there, great fun. But that's okay. But this fight is basically just lost. Roast away. Alright. Oh, please. Come on. Come on, you're better than this. We'll do a mild roast. We'll talk about medium rare, okay? Like... Use it! Please! Please! Like, I mean, look, it's a Junker Queen in front of your Cassidy. Here's the thing. Even if your Cassidy isn't critical here, he's gonna be. Right? You know it. You know he's going to be. There's a tank in front of him. This isn't a... Oh! Junker Queen does damage... Of course! He's in front of your Cassidy's face. Even if he was full HP right now, it would be on the trigger finger with my Suzu. For crying out loud. What are you waiting for? This is probably too far away now. Okay, so you get fortunate. It's so weird to me. I don't know. Okay, well, nice shots though. Really have to be doing a better job of supporting our DPS and our off angles. Whether that's just awareness that they exist, tracking when and where they need Suzu. Like right there. Right? Better Ashe kills you. Right? Right? Where is she? You don't see her? Where is she? Ah. She's still there. She's still there. She's still there. Now, do you have to turn around and shoot her? No. But what are your options? Does your Ana need healing? Do you need to move towards cover? I mean, at least one of those things has to happen, right? Nice. Good. Good. I mean, I get the Suzu, like, might as well, just to make sure that nobody dies. Why do I see more BAP streams and GM Plus? Probably just because people are theory crafting and trying different comps, and probably because a lot of Flux supports are, like, starved to just try BAP, because it's been ages for BAP. If we have, like, major ball meta, I don't think BAP is that good into ball. But, I don't think it's bad into ball either. And maybe we're seeing more Ryan, I mean, who knows. Okay. Suzu was probably necessary there, so I'm not going to give you too hard of a time about that one. Nice. No surprises, no surprises, no surprises. Oh! Yes, see, that's what happens when you're paying attention. I'm not going to even give you a hard time for your Cassidy dying here, because you had something very important taking up your attention here. Like, I don't... do you see the difference between this Cassidy death and the previous Cassidy death with the Junker Queen? What's the difference? What's the difference between this death and when the Junker Queen killed your Cassidy previously? The answer should be very obvious. What's the difference? Time to react, right. Something else is happening, something else important. This wasn't just, oh, my Ramatra had taken 50 damage, right? Where you should have been keeping better awareness. It was your Hanzo's it is burning, it's critical, and there's an Ashe on it at a very aggressive off angle. Right? You're forgiven. But you're not forgiven for all the times previous to this. Now, right now, you better pay attention. Yeah. See? You do have it in you! No! You're falling asleep at the wheel! Ah! Why are you doing this? Why? You're like, look at this. You're going like Sherlock Holmes. Well, never mind. I'm gonna heal my full HP Ramatra. Ah! Like, it's there, but then it's just not there, you know? Like, I promise you, you did not even know that they were on Widow. Look me in the eye and tell me that. Go ahead, tell me. Admit it. You didn't know they were on Widow. Yeah, you didn't know. And not only that, but by healing the Ramatra, you're turning your attention away from what's probably happening over here, right? It's not just that, oh, you should have been aware of the Widow swap and what's going on over here. You weren't even looking over here. You knew they were flanking. Where are they? Where's that Ashe? And you're healing a full HP Ramatra. It's opportunity cost every time we review Kiriko. It's the same thing. Healing your Ramatra isn't bad, but it's what you're not doing while you're doing this, especially when he's full HP, that matters. This Junker Queen could be on top of your Ana right now, and you wouldn't know. You know? It's your entire mindset should be, what if? You know? What if they swap to Widow? What if the Junker Queen's on the flank right now? Right? What if? Oh my god. And there you go. It's going to cost you your cooldowns. Might as well. You know, you're going to lose this fight, so just go for the play. I would go for the play. I would go flank mode here right now, battle mode. No way you win this fight. No. I don't think this is the play. I mean, I guess he trades Sportle for Sportle, but you're down 2. The ult is fine, I guess. I don't know. It's really not the end of the world, but I would definitely be like a return on investment again here, like right now. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing. This fight is lost. The only way you win is by getting on the backline, killing the Ashe, killing the Kiriko, killing the Widowmaker. And do you know what's happening? Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. It's not so much as like, oh, the awareness or the audio cue. It's like your whole mindset here is just like look at you, look around you. You know, even if the Widow isn't there, you should go hunt her down. The fight's lost. Go get a kill. You know. And there you go. So I don't know. I feel like, guys, listen, guys. I feel like I'm the lone soldier. I feel like I'm facing the hosts of Mordor, and I have to. Every single one of those ugly, hideous orcs and goblins are just another brain dead Kiriko victim. We've been playing in healbot Kiriko meta for months. And now all of these Kirikos are just hive minding all to me. And I have to sit there by myself and reteach them how to play the game. This must have been like feeling like coaching DPS after Goats meta, trying to coach all these Brig players how to play DPS again. Guys, remember when you had to like look at your DPS? Remember that, guys? Remember when you had to look at the enemy DPS too? Remember when you had to think about something called positioning and cover usage, guys? Remember when that was important? Remember when just throwing right click into your tank's butt over and over and over again wasn't the only thing that you had to do? Remember when you had to actually think about shooting enemies that are not big, you know? Remember that? Remember when you had to actually pay attention to what was going on? Oh, guys, I'm so tired, guys. I'm so tired. But if I'm not going to do it, who's going to do it? If I don't take the responsibility, then like, there's no hope for support players. Why are you walking out? Be careful. Probably necessary to Suzu that, and you're dead. Like even now, like it's like game sense here, right? So like, you messed up, right? Okay, probably didn't need to Suzu that. Well, you know what? Actually, no. I think the Suzu was fine. I really do think the Suzu was fine. Okay, but like right now, it's over. Stop shooting. Stop. Yes. Go find the DPS. Go find the DPS. Like right now, like my brain is like screaming, wall climb up here and kill this Widow, kill this Hanzo. Go hunt their backline. Something. I beg. This fight's lost. Die on cart. Look at you. You're wasting so much time. The cart's moving and moving and moving. Okay, I guess we're just flipping the cart now. And this actually might work. Okay, now she's out. Go. Yeah. Video exacerbated by the car queue and Jake analysis of video. But the problem is guys, that I don't disagree with them. Now, I definitely, in my analysis, I try to do my best to talk about how it was the meta specific. That's why Fielder was playing that way, but they weren't wrong. That was the best way to play Kiriko at the time. Now, I will... if I remember correctly, I think Jake did put a lot of emphasis on this is what you guys need to be doing, and I didn't love that. If I might be misremembering, but it's rough, man. It's rough. Like,
No one can hide from my sight.
Hostiles approach.
I lagged at the worst time here. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, whatever. It's like we're not talking about every single like individual error. We're trying to find consistent habits that need to improve. I really respect this. This is what we want here. Now, obviously, there's not a lot going on your screen right now, so it's definitely a little bit easier. But I respect it. What else do you got to do? You're gonna pump more healing up your Ramatra's butt? No. Help your off angle. Help your flank. Help your DPS. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. If you are not here right now, you don't win this fight. Because he doesn't have the confidence to repeat this because he's got shot. Really nice job. Great job. And this is what makes Kiriko great, is you can do this and still, if the team needs it, be able to TP back and support your team at any point in time. Great job. Great job. Phenomenal job. That's what we want more of, right there. The awareness of what's going on. Think about who needs help, who can I help safely, who can I help with my damage, who can I help with my healing. Really nice job. Love it. Right there. Go get her. Go get her. Go get her. I mean, you like honestly, I would not have been even angry there if you had literally gone battle Kiriko on them and try to take out this Widowmaker and then TP back your team as necessary. I'm dead serious. Would that have been the best play? Maybe, maybe not. But there would have been logic behind it and awareness, and that's what we want. Yeah, you know what? I respect it. This is good. This is good. Look at this. Okay, so you decide for the more passive play or the more peel-oriented play, but you see, oh no, I know Widow's here. Shoot. There she is. There she is. There she is. I gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here. I gotta TP out. TP out. Oh no, 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 no. Might need to Suzu my Ana and also myself to get out of the Widow side lane. Very good. This is good. Very good. Nice. TP out and use your ult. As soon as they cross the line, use your ult. Now. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And now we can shoot tank because she's feeding. And you've already lit her up. Careful, Widow. Careful, Widow. You forgot. You forgot. Don't forget. Don't forget. That was very aggressive positioning. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Raffle soon. I should probably do this. I should probably update. Do I have a raffle command still? Here. Does this work? Yeah, I need to edit this. Commands. Edit. Raffle. You can enter at, we'll say 425. How about that? There you go. I'll edit my my stream title as well. Okay, this has been the best fight that we've had so far, by far. I probably would not have used my TP there. I probably would have just shot and saved the cooldown. Can't forget. You can't forget. You almost died. Doesn't he need to Suzu on Junker Queen ult? Last fight Junker Queen instant ult of Kiriko Suzu. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Or she does. Yeah. So that would be, remember, if you were there for the last VOD review we did with Kiriko, that would be the next step, right? We talk about, updating your awareness of your positioning. Next thing would be trying to track fundamental things like, does my Ramatra have Nemesis? Do I need to use my E? Does she have shield? Do they have Junker Queen ult? Like, you don't need to Suzu everything. You don't need to track every ult, but Junker Queen ult would be the one that I would track. This fight's lost. Go in battle mode. Go battle mode. Like right now, this is stupid. This is once again where like the fight's lost. I want you immediately going battle mode right now. Watch this. Watch this. If you kill this Widowmaker, this fight's winnable. Not really, but there is at least a chance, right? So even here, here's a question for you, Skyblaze, and really anybody in chat. If you could track the top 3 or 4 most important ultimates for you to track on the enemy team for Suzu, what would they be? Because you can't track everything, right? It's unrealistic. So what would you prioritize? Junker Queen 1. Yep. Now let me ask you a question. Rampage, yep. Bob, maybe. Shatter, probably Shatter, yeah. Grav, yeah, maybe, yeah. I think Shatter, Rampage. Yeah. So you guys got it. So all you have to do is look at the enemy composition, and I'm like, Trance, nah. Kiriko ult probably would be helpful, but maybe not 100% necessary. Widowmaker ult, no. Bob, maybe yes, maybe on my backline if they can get it there, but definitely Rampage. And that's it. So let's just, for the sake of improvement, let's only focus on tracking Rampage, and that's all. Okay, just Rampage. Maybe Flux as well, right? EMP is a big one if balls meta. Yep. Okay, now let's focus on the task at hand right now. What's the problem right now? Is shooting Joker Queen right now wrong? No. She's overextended, she's purple, she's half HP, totally fine. But what am I spooked about right now? My spidey senses are tingling. Do you hear me? My spidey senses are tingling. You see what I'm saying? So, is she peeking you? Is this something that you can really help with or really should help with right now? No. But you need to be aware. She could have. And then now that that Junker Queen is disengaged, what do we want to see from you? Is it reasonable for me to go up and assist and clear out this Ashe? Or do I need to turn around? Or don't just run. I know what you're going to do. I have a feeling you're just going to run it down here, but I'm... And there it is, right? So you Suzu the guy that doesn't need the Suzu, and still you are completely oblivious of what's going on over here or what's over here. It's lazy. And guess what? This is how you lose the fight. Do you see? Do you see it? Do you see how low your impact was this fight? Do you see what cost you, or potentially will cost you this fight? Nice. Keep healing. Your guy can chill. You got time. And the thing is like, I promise you, I didn't hear the Widowmaker or Ashe. I just knew. You just know. Like, DPS are gonna take off angles. DPS are gonna take flanks. They're gonna, like, your hero needs to be aware of these. Whether you want to deal with them or not is up to you. Oftentimes, you really should. But whether you want to deal with them or not and go battle Kiriko is up to you. But, like right now, there's a Junker Queen. If you don't instantly Suzu that, it's over. Okay? Terrible Suzu. Terrible Suzu. I know you're going to get it back again, but he's not even in a position where he needs it anything at all. Right there, we need Suzu. We don't have it. And that's game. Is that, wait, that's not game? What? I don't know why you guys are dying on card. You guys could have let them push up a little bit. Yeah, that's game. Okay. So, big takeaways. You are if it makes you feel any better, it's every Kiriko struggles with this. Almost every Kiriko that I've reviewed has struggled with this. General awareness. What is going on your flanks, on your angles? What are their DPS doing? What are your DPS doing? Should you just be heal botting? Should you be taking angle yourself? Should you be heal botting but being aware of their angles to avoid them and to play it safer? I'm rehabilitating the Kiriko mindset. We have to fix this. We have to fix this. Too many fights are lost because you're just standing there, healing, soothing, and not paying attention. The only other thing I would add is the little micro thing that we're talking about in chat. It's not really micro, but it's definitely a little bit more specific to Kiriko, which is please try and track the most important ultimate. And if there's a situation where they may or may not use it, use Suzu or save Suzu for it. Now, if you have to use Suzu before that to save somebody's life, that's fine. I'd rather you use Suzu to save somebody's life and then they use the ultimate and then you wipe, than you not use Suzu to save somebody's life. Then they don't even have to ult and they just win the fight just off of the pick, right? But try and be more careful around your Suzu when they have an ultimate that you need it for. Do you have any questions? Would you insist on helping the offingles with the second healer with Mercy instead of Ana? It's all contextual. Yes, if my Ramatra doesn't need help. If my Ramatra needs help, then I need to help my Ramatra. Our point here wasn't just that stop healing your tank. That's not the takeaway from today's review. Our takeaway is even if you are healing your tank, don't forget what's going on here. Because even if you can't help with them, because your tank is demanding too much help, if you forget about them, you will die. And we saw that. We saw that. Numerous fights where we die, not because we're doing the wrong thing, but because we forgot that there was other things that were threats to us as well. That's the problem. Because you might be running with a Winston or a Reinhardt, and you might need to do a lot of healing, but you can't forget about the Widowmaker. Okay. Yep, I agree, Skyblaze. If you do have any questions, you are like any other student. My DMs are open, and the replay code rule applies for you as well. So if you'd like a little bit of extra feedback, don't hesitate to send me another replay code with a couple of timestamps, and I'll look over it and I'll send you some written feedback. Okay, let's get prepared for our live raffle. Oh, oh, oh. You're very welcome. Now, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Did somebody say you could do raffles through Nightbot? You're very welcome. Can you do raffles through Nightbot? Ah, Varashi, I knew it would be because you were the one who mentioned it up last time. Giveaways. Okay. Trying to figure this out. Okay, I think we're good. Check this out. I think this works. So I think all you need to do is just type anything. Type anything, guys. Type anything. Just type raffle. Just type raffle. Why not? If you're interested in coaching, just type raffle. Because it doesn't matter really what you type, but it should throw you in here. Yeah, see? All right. We got 5 minutes. I'll extend it beyond 5 minutes just in case it takes this long. I'm scared. We can always, it doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Interested in free coaching, all you need is a replay code from anything, preferably a ranked game that's not open queue, but I'll even take a quick play game. And let's do this. Look at this. I could crank up the subscribers, get all the luck in the world. Watch this. Oh, just my hands. If you give keyword, you can enter. Ah, yeah. We don't need keyword. I think you could type it again, but it's not going to work. It's not that smart. Wait, subscriber. See the money sign, y'all? Can you coach from Twitch VODs? I've been able to play. Yeah, that's fine. I could do a Twitch VOD or a YouTube code as well. That's fine. Anyone who types, yeah. So Vigabold or Vigaboyd who types pay to win SMH is entered. All right, if you're interested in coaching, exclamation mark raffle, or just type, not exclamation mark, or just type raffle. Or type anything, A, B, C, D. We'll give it another minute or two. Only 19 eligible users. Last time we had way too many. It was like 60 or something like that. It was horrific to juggle. Sub luck for spite, lol. I mean, I could. I'm not going to. I could, though. I'm not going to. Yeah. Also, if you guys are interested, I think I broke my finger, or sprained it. Flag football yesterday. So, I swear, you break fingers are just off. I hate the sport. That's the worst part about the sport is the finger stuff. All right. We'll give it another minute. If you're interested in coaching, free coaching, just type raffle or type anything. If I happen to win, can we do a Discord call as well? Probably no. No, probably just do a straight up coaching session. But, well, yeah. You want to cash the 1v1 Spilo thing? I mean, I think I could technically 1v1 still. No, I probably shouldn't. All right, we'll do 15 more seconds. Remember, guys? Remember last time? I'd be like, all right, guys, 15 more seconds. And they'd be like, a bunch of people jumped in. And then I'd say, all right, 5, 4. And then, people would jump in. It was exhausting. The suspense is killing me. Good. Better that than... Okay, wait, what? Raffle? Okay. How do I sign up for this? You just did. If you just enter any type anything in chat, you're entered in. Watch. Here it comes. There it is. Boing. There you go. Entering in one. I'm in. Hey, Coach Mills is in. Hey, Coach Mills. By the way, I never asked, how was your 24... I heard you did a 24-hour stream. How did that go? Were you, like, gassed for, like, a week afterwards? You're, like, my age, so I'm sure you were... If I can win, I can pass the win on to someone else. You can, yes. It is yours to do what you want with it. Maybe you can win, and then you can have another raffle for your winner. 24-hour stream was good for 16 hours, and then dead? Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. All right, guys, we'll give it another... I said, okay, we're going to give it another 15 seconds. If you're interested in joining, just type in chat. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, just don't pick. 1. Roll it. Hey, Artemis! Get roll, Rob. Is Artemis here? Y'all's coaching each other's work. Bro, my worst characters are trash. Not gonna lie, I have some bad heroes. You know, surprisingly, one of my worst heroes is like Lucio. Oh, hi. Okay, Artemis, DM me a replay code, please. Spilo, #0042. I mean, if you're in my Discord, you should have it as well. Or you can throw it in Twitch chat as well if you want. If you want everyone to find it, make fun of you. Yeah, my Lucio gameplay is not good. I think, what are some other bad heroes for me? My Widowmaker is, like, in theory good, but my mechanics are really bad. Which doesn't make sense because it's not like... I have a lot of... my Ana is okay. My Ana is one of my better heroes. Ball is not good for me. Ignore that. Show us your monkey jokes. Monkey is one of my better heroes. I'm not exactly mechanically. That's fine. I'm trying to think, what are my other bad heroes here? My Genji is actually pretty good. If I'm warm on Genji is actually one of my better heroes. But if I'm not warm, or if I'm like not feeling very confident, my Genji is one of my worst heroes. This pick was biased. I'm calling rigged. You can call it all you want. How's the Genji? Genji's good. Genji's good. Genji just takes me a second to get warmed up with because it's so different from every other hero I play. Like yesterday, I was slapping plats and diamonds in lobby because I was playing some quick play because I was listening to a couple of like coaching sessions while I was doing my editing. And I just turned the audio off. Ryan, yeah. I think, what are my other good or bad heroes? Hog, I'm pretty bad at, honestly. I'm not that good at Hog. I used to be cracked at Sigma. Sigma was like really, really good at. I'm really good at Sigma. I don't know. I'm probably kind of washed it now. Okay, sent it. All right. Message requests. I will accept your request to message. Let me get this situated here. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. What hero, what rank? The Spilo ball is surprisingly good. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Farashi. The reason my ball was so good is I was like legit like sweating my butt off. I was like, my ball is bad. I'm gonna sweat so hard. And I'm not gonna lie, I did play pretty well that game. But that's like the ceiling of my current ball skill. As the raffle started, yes, sadly the raffle has started and ended. I apologize. But that's like the ceiling of my my ball play is like right about there. I'm not better than that. That was a lot of fun. Okay, Mercy and Kiriko sold last season. This game I'm in silver too. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, sorry, Kimioni, you missed it like just a minute. I probably should have waited until like 4:35 to like let people come in. So that's my bad. But nah, whatever. It is what it is. Okay, let's look at some Mercy. New Mercy. I want to see how this foolishness looks. Oh, bless me, that GA is fun. Let's fix the rank here.
Long time no see.
Hey!
Happy to see you thriving, coach. See you soon, tongue.
Yeah, I know. Didn't you get a coaching session? Looking forward to working with you, mate. Thanks for the sub, mate. I really appreciate it. Long time no see, indeed. All right, Silver Mercy. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So this is where you kind of have to. Okay, so let's talk about triage. Okay, let's look up triage. I looked this up the other day because for some reason, with my massive vocabulary and brain, I had never heard of this word before. Triage: the sorting and allocation of treatments to patients, and especially battle and disaster victims, where the system priorities designed to maximize the number of survivors.
Triage.
Triage: the sorting of patients as an emergency according to the urgency of their need for care. So the developers basically described Mercy as leaning more into the triage combat medic. And what that means is whoever needs the most support, depending on the time of day or the time of the fight, gets the most support. Your heal does more when they're lower. Let me actually pull up the wiki so I'm not talking out of my butt with any of this here. Mercy, Overwatch. Yeah, so here you go. If an ally is low, or above 50%, 45 per second. If an ally is below 50%, 67.5 seconds. Now that doesn't mean that you only heal people who are critical, obviously. But what it does is it definitely shifts the priority around a little bit more. So I look at this right here. Right now, okay, we're gonna heal our Diva up a little bit. But I think the best thing that you could do right now is damage boost your Reaper. Look how close he is to the enemy Ramatra. This is right up in his range. A Reaper damage boosted right now will do a butt ton of damage. But what do? He's basically full. And you heal him. And then you keep healing him. And then you heal the Diva a little bit. Okay. But then now the Diva's full, and you're still healing her. And then, but you damage boost now. That's good. I'll give you some credit for that. But then, now we're healing again, even though the target still has a lot of armor, and is still almost completely close to full. Now, with Diva, it's a little bit tricky because of armor, right? You want to keep her in armor whenever possible. So I wouldn't necessarily wait till your tank is critical. But you see the problem here? Now, I know that right now you're probably juggling your movement, your positioning, and things like that. But we have to be better than that. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Good. I see a little bit of the tech there. I love that doing tech with Mercies, like, everyone's like hip new thing now. So what I'm getting now is I get all the low rank Mercies that like spam all the new techs, you know, even if they don't really know how to do them. And I'm not even saying that to make fun of you. I actually think that's a nice, refreshing change from the old school Overwatch 1 Mercy where everyone just kind of stood still. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this. Look, bang! There's your beat. Do you see that? That right there is the new tech that people are talking about. Because it's important to know that tech because the movement conservation from reverse GA bounce was reduced. So you could do your GA bounce forward and backward, and you actually move slower. So Artemis, I know why you're doing this. This is purposefully done, I assume. Because when you bounce, but you turn your camera, you move at the normal speed. So, I mean, hey, you know what? Was this needed or was this necessary? Maybe, maybe not. But I'm glad that people are like pushing your limits here. I respect it. Right? Now, I will say this. This is something that you're... Okay, so especially with New Mercy, you cannot do this. Sure, mate. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. With New Mercy, look at your positioning right now. You had a little bit of beam gap there, right? You were doing fine. You cannot spam GA just for the sake of spamming GA. Now, maybe you're like, well, I wasn't spamming GA. I just needed to make sure that beam didn't break. Well, then drop and walk and keep the maximum distance. You need your GA available. Using your tech just to use your tech like this now is going to get you punished a lot more than it ever has before. Because you need it as an escape cooldown. You needed to keep your beam attached, drop and walk, then still have your GA as an escape cooldown. You were trying to stay in the air, but the advantages of staying in the air is this much. The potential fail-safe out of having your GA available when, if you need it, is this much. Now let me ask you another question. Why were you trying to stay in the air? What is the advantage of staying in the air? Avoid Junkrat. Okay. No, I understand. But what are the advantages of staying in the air? It kind of goes back to what you just said there about the Junkrat, right? What's the advantage of staying in the air? Anybody in chat can answer this. So when I do replay for reviews, this is for everybody in chat, not just Artemis. What are the advantages of being in the air? Avoids their DPS because they don't have hit scan. Right. Now let me ask you a question, Artemis. I'm going to be impressed if you answer this one correctly. Did you purposely do this because they quote unquote didn't have hit scan? Were you really looking at their DPS line? Okay, then we're good to go. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. If their BAP and Ana are clueless, if they were even halfway decent, you would be dead. But I don't care. When we get to the point where enemy supports are knowing you done, you will be able to adjust, I'm sure. Look at you! Look at you! To be honest with you, I would have let just the baby diva die. I would have helped my Reaper out, because she's probably going to die anyway. Case in point, and helping your Reaper out there was much more important. So your prioritization of who to help and how to help with your beam is your biggest problem so far. However... Oh, disgusting! Nice! You could Valk this. I know you're down one, but I wouldn't be angry if you did. Just don't wait until your Reaper's dead. Nice! You're doing really good with this tech. You're doing a great job with this tech. Yeah, out here Genji ghost dashing for real. Haha, you tried. You tried. Good use of verticality there. Nice. Oh, you almost died to it. You could Valk this again. Like, you're once again only really down one, right? You got you, and with the res, you'd be able to be even. Whoops. And maybe you could get a off a safe res and Valk. I don't know. Yeah, see, but now it's already lost, basically. I mean, you know, yeah, there's three of them still alive, so I guess this fight wasn't necessarily completely won. No, just damage boost your Reaper. Damage boost your Reaper. Damage boost your Reaper. Okay. Here's the thing. I am struggling to see why you're silver sometimes. And I'm trying to be respectful here, okay? So I'm struggling to see why you're silver sometimes, and then it raises its ugly head. And what I mean by that is everything that you've done recently has been really great, and then you do this. And you're not pistoling a Widowmaker, you're pistoling a Ramatra inside of a shield with armor with your Reaper in front of his face. And then we play like Ring Around the Rosie, where we do an awareness check again, which I'm cool with, but we just like walk away. I don't know if we were looking for a res, but no, don't look for a res right now. Win the fight. Your Reaper needs help right now. You almost lose this fight because you just stop helping your Reaper, whip out your pistol, then go take a walk. There's your silver. And I also have problems with what we're doing early on first fight with our beam usage. Are there any other situations other than Widow when I should use pistol? Yes, when there's somebody directly on top of you and you need to peel for yourself and you can't get away. So like, let's say that you've used your GA, it's on a 2.5 second cooldown, somebody's on top of you, you need to defend yourself, whip it out. You were looking for the res. Right, but that was silly. That was silly. Your Reaper's in the middle of an engagement. if you go for the res there, your Reaper dies. Now you think, oh, well, my Ana can keep him alive. No, not really. No. He needed as much support as you possibly could give him. I cannot tell you how many times I see low to mid-rank and even high-rank Mercies lose somebody, fights even, and then instead of just making sure that everyone was stabilized before rezzing, leaving the person. Don't trade a life for a life. Exactly. Because that's essentially what probably should have happened there. You got very fortunate. And then also beam. By far your weakest point of your play so far has been your beam. Damage boost. Good. But then we're thinking about Lucio. We're still thinking about res. We're still thinking about res, and we're not thinking about the person that we're actively pocketing, which means we just don't heal the person. You see? Like, that's unforgivable. This fight is won. It's in the bag. And now it's not anymore. And if, ironically, the person that you were thinking about resurrecting, I'm pretty sure is already alive. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the diva, and she's already almost back. Alright, so we need to do a better job of that. Positioning here is not very clean. Keep your distance. This is a failed tech. This looks like a failed tech to me. I think you were trying to slingshot yourself away. But this is where, like, okay, so I love the tech usage. I would much rather you spam the crap out of tech and feed your brains up because you're trying stuff. But were you trying to tech here? Because this is a classic situation where it's just not necessary to do the tech. So then you use your cooldown and then you goof up and then you're feeding. But the thing is this isn't, oh, you messed up the tech, therefore it was bad. There was no reason to do the tech at all. So don't do it. But with pre-J, I remember I was preaching this actually months ago, before when J was on a lower cooldown, because some mercies would do it and they get punished for it. Well, you're definitely going to get punished for doing it now. Because the tech is the same, but the cooldown is higher, so you need to make sure that you're not just using your JO without a good reason. There's no reason to go for the tech here, and you're stuck here now. I don't know if you could have helped your Torp here. Let's find out. You could have, yeah. He kind of fed, but you could have. This, no. Yeah. It's not that I don't like you helping people who go in aggressively. You should help people that go in aggressively, but you have to honestly look at it and be like, am I going to immediately die if I do? And if the answer is yes, then it's probably just not worth it. Even if the fight's already lost, you might as well reset and go next, or maybe you can get your Ana. Because the problem is like Diva goes in aggressively, but Diva's built for this. Diva could theoretically go in aggressively and get back out. You can't. So if you just automatically follow aggression without thinking, your Reaper might go in aggressively and then Wraith out, and then you're stuck. You know what I'm saying? Cheers, Avian. Okay. Okay. Fly to him, fly to him. You could be damage boosting here. Now, you guys aren't going to touch, but you could be damage boosting your Torb. Hello, 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 hello. Oh my goodness gracious. There's the silver. Now, I'm being rude here, but I really do think the reason why I'm so tough on you with this is because there's so many aspects of your gameplay that are really, really good. If we can really strengthen up these weak points, I think you're going to be a lot better player. Damage boost. I don't like this. I know that you're doing with the Diva, but your Diva is in no position to do anything, and we're prioritizing damage boost on your Diva. It's not like damage boost on Diva is always bad. I mean, if she's diving in, it's fine. But you know where she's at, and you know where your Reaper Torb is. Who do you think deserves your attention right now? Not your Diva. It's these guys. They're fighting. And yet, who are we pocketing? The Diva who's doing nothing. Can't help with that. Good damage boost. Good damage boost. Probably didn't need to do that. She can fly back to you. Still, is this useful? What's your Torb doing right now? Right? He's in. Now, could I help that? Maybe. Maybe you could fly in and help this. I think this might be... This is definitely safer than the previous position, right? Maybe it's there. But we're not. We're just sitting here. And your Torb dies. Now, you did help your Diva. Oh my goodness. But I think the Torb was the more aggressive, more assistable target. This fight's probably lost. Once again, that's another one of those fights where I feel like, I don't know if we've mentioned this earlier, but where the fight feels like it's probably won, and so you don't use Valk, and then the fight gets lost, and it's like, over. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. Oh, now we Valk. Valk isn't going to turn fights. If a fight's already won, or it's already lost, yeah. It's not gonna fix that. You need to be using it earlier. You need to be using it when the fight is still potentially winnable, and not when it's confirmed loss. Yeah. See ya. Huh. Okay, we'll keep going. Nice little bit of movement there. Good support. Nice little bit of tech there. Your movement is by far your strongest point, especially for your rank. By far. Your ability to switch to heal and damage boost, depending on whether the target is healthier or not healthier, is your first weakest point. And then your awareness of who needs your beam in each situation is your second weakest trait. And then I'd throw in Valk as like a bonus third. But we'll keep watching, and maybe that hierarchy will change depending on what we see. Nice. I think res is probably okay only because your team is stabilized. You need to be a little bit more patient with it to make sure that everybody's healthy. Or at least not in a position to die. I'm okay with it. Fight's not comfortably won yet. It's okay. Make it one with this Valk. Totally fine. It's weird. Like it also feels like your tech is good, but you still bump into walls more than like a blind rat. You really need to work at this a little. So maybe you just need to play more. It's kind of strange because your tech feels really good, but your general movement still feels clunky. Yes, that is true, Forgotten. That's true, Forgotten. And this is a classic example of a bad pistol. Not because pistoling like Genji is bad, it's just because what are the chances that you actually finish this kill? Do you see? It's a really hard target to kill, so don't worry about it. It's not really a big priority for you. Just keep your damage boost up. And like you could see, this is what we talk about with beam usage, right? Right now, your soldier's full HP. Why are we heal beaming him? Look at how long this heal beam stays on. You see? That is free ult charge, free damage pressure, free kills opportunities that you're giving up on. Not good. Please pocket your soldier. Good. And like this, for example. I know that D.Va is fighting this Reaper, but who needs the help more right now, do you think? Do you see this? Who needs the help more? You know? I mean, this is a rhetorical question. You know the answer to this. Right, so this is a pocket priority. Well, look who the cat drug in.
Spilo peasant.
Hello, Lightwaves. How are you? Thank you for the 5 years of subscription. Like, I know the funny thing is your D.Va dies anyway, but remember, it's your D.Va. She can just choose to Matrix and run away. She chooses not to Matrix. She doesn't run away. She also doesn't bomb to remech, nor does she boost her away. That's on her. You can't help this here. But you could absolutely have kept your soldier alive here, and your soldier still might die. Yeah, not great, not great. Okay. Because it also, by turning away from your soldier, you turn your back on the greatest threat to you at that point in time, which was the Ramattra. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. We messing it. We could do a little bit better job with our cover positioning, I think. Okay, let's watch a little bit more. Artemis, do you have any questions so far?
Initiating match. One.
Draw strength from nature.
Mainly and when to use Valk? Let me pull up when we actually had Valk. Is the fight lost right now? Is the fight already won or already lost right now? No. Okay. Is your team, like, is there a fight happening right now? So then use Valk. Now I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this is probably lost, but if you Valk this right now, it really wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, let's keep watching. Is the fight won or lost right now? Right now. Is the fight lost? Yeah, so don't Valk. Oh wait, now we're up. Now, is the fight won or lost? Winnable. I wouldn't even say won because you're still down one. But you just got to kill. And the fight's is there a fight actively happening right now? Yeah, so pop Valk. Because you almost die there because you don't. And then you end up popping it anyway. Alright, let's keep going. Bless my ears, sorry about that. Let's get for it. That is just horrific. Okay. Just annoying me now. Fight's won, right? Well, is the fight won or lost right now? No. Is there a fight happening right now? Yes. So Valk. You can use Valk to open fights. You can use Valk mid-fight. You can use Valk to close fights. It doesn't really matter. Just don't try and use it to counter an ultimate. Right. It's a great ultimate, just used in general. It doesn't counter anything. It's not the most powerful in the game. So you're waiting for the perfect time to Valk when there really isn't a perfect time to Valk. Just use it. It's a good ultimate, but it doesn't counter Nanoblade. You know what I'm saying? And what ends up happening is you're waiting too long to use it, which then means that you're in situations where the fight is already won or already lost, and then you're like, oh, panicking, I need to use my ultimate. Right now, is the fight won or lost? Well, no, it's not won or lost. There's 4 members of the enemy team alive. They're still deep on the flank. You got guys low. This is probably the best Valk that we had, and it's probably not even necessary. That's the funny thing. It's like this Valk wasn't even that bad. It keeps your D.Va in Mac. You could have pursued kills. You're able to keep your Torb alive, whatever. Like, this is what we want Valk for, if that makes any sense. Now you could definitely argue that it probably wasn't necessary there, but I'm actually honestly totally fine with that. Valk counters tracer. I mean, Valk is Valk counters are like a lot of things. Just use it. Just use it. Just make sure it's not the fight has actually started. Remember, the second question is as important as the first. If you Valk and your teams are like a million miles apart from each other, then you're like, you know. Okay, let's watch. You want a little bit of feedback in Kiriko? We can maybe look at a team fight, 1 or 2 team fights from Kiriko. Okay, sounds good. Let's look at some Kiriko. Nice. We talk about this a lot with Kiriko. You saw the previous review, I assume, Artemis. What's the mistake here? Anybody, what's the mistake? Ah, you were in a scrim? Okay. Well, then you could tell me what the mistake is regardless, though, right? Great shot. Uh-oh. Yeah. The thing with Mercy, remember how we talked about with your Mercy, we want you to improve upon Valk usage. We talked about your heal and damage being priority, and then also number 3 was being aware of who needs help at any given point in time. Same thing here. This is fine, but then as soon as you hear this is the more important thing to help, but you're too slow. You didn't know. So this is where awareness, or just taking the time whenever you can to check around you, is really, really important. Yeah. This is all good because your diva needs a lot of help, right? But for that brief period of time, your Ashe definitely needed more help. Huh. Okay. Maybe Diva was asking for heals and comms. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could definitely make things trickier, especially if you're playing like with that person as a duo. Good little check there in your team. Okay, seems fine. Maybe a little too far. Maybe rotating a little bit towards point earlier would have been helpful. Good. See how aggressive your Ashe is there? She needs help. She's going to need help very soon. Whoever you'd prioritize packeting with your damage boost is often the person that you're going to be looking to heal with or support as Kiriko. Not always, but it's something to consider, okay? I like the aggression with the damage here. We might have to tone it back a little bit, but overall looks okay. This doesn't look like console to me. I think this looks too good to be silver console. No offense. I just think console players, at least in lower ranks, are generally a little bit worse than PC players. All right, let's see what we do. Let's watch one more fight. Like, you could see it again here. This is the issue here. So it's not just awareness of your teammates as well. But do you hear Reaper? Is healing your diva right now the most important thing? No. It's this guy. This guy needs to go. Because he's either going to kill your team or he's going to cause a big distraction and do a lot of damage. And yet, what do we do? All focused. And I know what you're about to do. You're about to use your ultimate.
I'm here. Let me keep guide you.
Right? I promise you that if you did not have your ultimate here, you would be shooting the Reaper. 100%. You and I both know that's the case. So, here's the thing. If you need to get your ultimate off because you're trying to combo with your Sojourn, I'm totally fine with that. But as soon as this ultimate goes off, especially as soon as you use Suzu, don't run into the middle of the enemy team. You should have popped your Kiriko ult, maybe pop your Suzu, and then immediately turn your attention onto the Reaper, but instead you're going to run forward and bye. With all these Kiriko VODs, you might as well just make a guide. Sounds like more Kiriko coaching. I think I'd pass. This is why awareness matters, right? What did that W key into rushing into your ultimate instead of checking your flanks do? It got you killed to Death Blossom, and it got your team Earth Shattered. Now, could you stop them from getting Earth Shattered? No, absolutely not. Your reaction speed and your skill isn't so where you could block Suzu with it yet. You're not there yet. But you could have at least been more aware, right? That's unfortunate. That's okay. By the way, Artemis, your mechanics are really quite good. I say that as you double headshot somebody. I'm telling you, my foresight is on point today. Clean stacker by the Lucio. Right now, this is why awareness is so important, right? You don't worry about this guy. Worry about this guy. And then see if you can, and then double check to make sure that whoever this is. What? It's bugged. Look, he's got a health bar. My man's got a health bar. And he's gone. Okay, no longer a threat. Nice. Diva needs help. Help her out. Now, right now, that echoes on your backline. Okay. Okay, your Lucio's crazy. This is fine. I mean, this is weird, but this is fine, I guess. Because you're like, Lucio? Okay. I would have preferred to just let your Lucio cook. I'm not going to lie, and help your DPS out there. Because now look at where you're at, right? This is complete chaos. Turn on the aim hacks again, I see. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, your Lucio is hard trolling. You could have done. I would have much preferred you to actually assist your DPS there. So I think my main takeaway for your Kiriko is let's do a better job of actually checking your surroundings before fights start. And whenever you get downtime with Kiriko, maybe when you're reloading, do a quick check. Where by DPS do they need help? Same thing with your Mercy, so that you're able to prioritize the right people with your healing and with your DPS, and even just selfishly, like who I need to be shooting or who might kill me. Does that make sense? Do you have any questions? Does chat have any questions? Was the ult I did a good ult? If we had taken the time to respect the Reaper, it was fine. It was not kiteable by the enemy team. It's fine. A lot of the times, listen, especially in the new meta with people picking like spam heroes, Kiriko, as long as there's a team fight going on, is fine. You don't need to overthink it. You're overthinking your ults just a little bit. There were enemies there. There were friendlies there. The fight wasn't won or lost. It was fine to use. Totally fine. Strong points for you. Mercy tech. Mechanics. I would even say some of your TPs and Suzu, it looked like you have a kind of a feel of the hero, right? You definitely have like a comfortable feel of the hero, but your awareness, checking your angles, checking what's going on around you is weak. And some of the decision making with Mercy. We already talked about the 3 things we're going to work on with Mercy as well. You're very welcome. When's the new map review? Probably next week. Probably next. Oh, the new map review? Oh, I don't know. I was probably thinking about going back and doing like Havana or something like that. A new map in rotation. I've only played the new map once, so I'd be scared. I don't think I do a very good job of it. I don't like the new map visually. I don't like having all big blue. It's like hard in the eyes for me. I'm an old man. Okay, let's do our worst ability tier list really fast. So Overwatch tier list. Okay, let's do this, chat. So let me get my settings all juiced up here. I think we're all good here. Can you guys see comfortably? Let's have some fun with this. So what this means though is that I don't think this tier list will actually take that long either. What this means is that for heroes like Ana who have strong abilities.
Oh boy.
Bronzy, thank you for the raid, mate. I appreciate it.
Trash can.
I really appreciate the raid, mate. We're doing a worst abilities in Overwatch tier list right here. So here's what we've got, okay? What we're gonna do is we're going to put heroes like Ana won't even make the list because Sleep Dart and Nade are fine cooldowns. Some on Nade in particular is really, really strong. So we won't that one won't even make the list. However, okay, I had to just close that down. However, what about Coach Gun? What about these other abilities? Now, I'm going to talk about very specifically. I'm not talking about like the design of the ability. I'm talking about the strength of the ability. The strength, okay? So we're talking about not the design, again, the strength. Now, if I talked about the reason why that's important is Baptiste would fall into S tier in terms of horrificness when it comes to his shift, because shift is a horribly designed ability, especially in Overwatch 2. They removed the HOT component, they made it more of a burst heal, it's just more glut healing, terrible. However, it's very strong, so it doesn't make our list. So let's actually take a look at this here. What rank is our baseline here? I want to say Diamond Masters Plus. So I'm not going to be considering low ranks as much, but I'm not going to be completely, or not making the lower ranks irrelevant here. Is cooldown time part of the equation? For sure, for sure. Okay, so Ana, what do you guys think? I don't think Ana makes the list in any way, shape, or form. Sleep and Nade, both are very strong. By the way, we are going to have to specify which cooldown we're talking about, so that might be kind of awkward later, but we'll figure it out, okay? Ana, no way Ana makes the list at all, right? No way. Like, Sleep and Nade are both relevant cooldowns. Okay, the next question. Baptiste. What do you guys think about Baptiste? So you got Lamp and you got Shift. No, only abilities. Only abilities. I think gun design would definitely be like a good thing to do, but like I don't have the time here. Here's a hot take. What about Lamp? Is it just me? With the angles and dive and one fewer tank, I actually feel like Lamp is a pretty meh ability. And by meh, I'm not saying like undertuned. Okay, let me just say, I don't mean these abilities are undertuned. Some of them are fine as they are. This is just a tier list. I think the ones that are in terrible will probably need to be adjusted or balanced or changed maybe. But like, yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, I think Lamp falls into meh for me, at least right now. We're probably gonna go back and change these, I think. Lamp is the Susan we have at home. Yeah, true. Coach Gun isn't that strong, but I think Coach Gun is probably slightly better than meh. Dynamite is also slightly better than meh. Yeah, the North Ranger. Let's try and do these, and then we'll go back and adjust. Maybe Coach Gun falls into here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Let's just throw it in there. Worst case scenario, we can remove it later. You know, we're not going to overanalyze anything right now. Okay. I actually think Sticky's not good. Now, there's definitely some skill to it. I think a lot of people have kind of struggled to use it correctly. But I think even if you are good with the ability, it definitely is one of the least impactful abilities in the game. You could even make an argument for it to be terrible, but I'm going to leave it at bad for now. Yeah, but the mobility is so low. It's like Zarya right click. I'm pretty sure there's not a lot of places that you can reach with it. It's so minor. Like if it actually had like significant mobility, it's equivalent of like Helix rocket jump. It's not much. And you can't sprint, so it also, you don't have near as much mobility either. No, ult's not counted. All right, I don't know. Right, no one has ever tracked right click. Right, that's great. That's a great point. Okay, don't get ahead of me. Stop getting ahead of me. Stop getting ahead of me. Brig, what do you guys think about Shield Bash? Armor Pack is pretty strong now. Armor Pack is really strong right now. And Whip Shot is still really good. Now, Shield Bash is definitely slept on a little bit because it is the primary mobility cooldown. But I do think removing its damage or nerfing its stun, I think definitely was a pretty significant nerf. I think Shield Bash is maybe even balanced. I don't know. I'm not of the opinion that Shield Bash stun should come back necessarily. But I think it is. I don't think it's a very strong ability. Remember, none of these necessarily want change. Like, I wouldn't change Coach Gun for Ashe. I don't think that I would change Shield Bash for Brig, but it is one of the weaker abilities. Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Cass. So I think Sticky is a relatively strong ability. I won't say it's a relatively strong. It's a decent ability. It's not strong, but it's decent. However, you know, we're lucky that we're not grading it in terms of fun, because Sticky is horrific in terms of fun. It's one of the worst design abilities in the game. But it's not meh. I would say it's a step above meh. Roll, I think, is definitely meh, maybe even bad. It definitely has a use. But the problem with roll is that the fact that it's a lot like where the nuance of roll isn't really explored much outside of like pulse bomb or like, because whenever you roll when you're under pressure. So oftentimes it's like redundant, if that makes any sense. Like you're avoiding damage, but also you're taking less while you do it. Like I can count on my big toes or thumbs the number of times where I've actually seen an impactful roll that saved somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying again that roll is necessarily bad. It just feels like it never feels a very impactful ability at all. You can roll through body blocks for now. That's true. That's true. So I'm gonna put it there, but I'm flexible to change it if necessary. We'll come back to it. None of the Doomfist's abilities are super weak. They're all like, I would say block isn't that strong because the new power punch is weaker, but block does buy you a lot of time. Like you can't function. Like for example, you could do a lot of Bastion without using your Sticky. You could do a lot as Cassidy without using your roll. But Doomfist couldn't function without any of his abilities. So I think Doomfist has to keep all of his. Would I consider alt fire an ability? Let me think. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can. Maybe we can. Why not? Why not? We'll throw it in there. So roll. But then how do we do this, chat? How do I have another Cassidy? I need another Cassidy. I need another Cassidy. How do I do this? Here, wait, we're gonna get super big brain. If I delete this, I'm just gonna weep. I'm just gonna absolutely weep. Wait, can I undo this? Yes, I can. Oh, please, 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 please. Okay. No. Okay. But wait, how does that work? No. I need to put it at the end. Oh, no, I can't erase it. Okay, I need because what if we put somebody else up here that takes that spot? It's gonna bug out. You know what I'm saying? So I need to like. I'll put it over here. We'll start from right to left. That has to be the most intelligent. Yeah, this is okay. This is okay. This won't be too bad. Diva. I mean, this one's pretty obvious, right? Micro missiles. Can I right click on the portrait to copy? I don't think so. I'm scared to do anything right now. Just gonna leave it as is. Look better without the characters in. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could add the text underneath it instead of the we'll go back and we'll do that one later once we get everything settled. Echo, no. I mean, nothing about the hero would function without any of her abilities or her right click. Genji, left click and right click, hold certain. I mean, nothing with Genji. I think lunge. I don't know. I think Storm Arrow is I think Storm Arrow is like a step above meh. Because I think you really need it to put out damage or win duels. I think it's a lot harder to win duels versus DPS without Storm Arrow. I think lunge is meh, but I don't. It's on par with like Coach Gun for me. You say you disagree, but look at what else is in here: Shield Bash, Coach Gun, Lamp. This isn't a bad ability, guys. It's just not as good as other abilities. That's all. Lunge is not defining to the heroes. Like it's just helps him to do his thing better. Again, there's a very clear gap between bad and meh. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think it's meh. Junker Queen. I think Knife is her least impactful ability, but I also think it's definitely a step above meh. It's definitely a step above meh. Like if you're hitting your knives, it's like your best range threat, and it's a huge way of enabling setting for combos. I think Junker Queen is no. Junker Queen has all good cooldowns. Okay, here's the hot take. I know everyone's gonna be like, Trap bad. I actually think Trap is meh. I don't think Trap is as bad as I think Trap is probably more impactful than either of these two abilities. What do you guys think? I don't know why I have to have my headphones on. I'm not listening to anything. I think it has. I mean, if you just think about it objectively, how many fights have you seen that are won with with roll versus trap. I mean, to be fair, I do see occasional bastion grenades that are relevant, but I think trap is probably slightly more relevant. Yeah, I think trap is a meh. I think trap definitely deserves to be meh. Kiriko, no. Lucio, no. May, no. I think Ice Wall is a good ability. I think it's definitely a step above meh, for sure. It's not aged as well in Overwatch 2, of course, but no. Rez just can't be meh. It's more impactful than trap, and all the other ones just straight up. Oh, man. Pistol. Oh, yeah. So freeze is relevant for May. Boop. Heal, damage. Yeah, good shout. Good shot. P. PP. Yeah, true. I mean, I don't think there's any argument here. Even like Valking Mercy Pistol is it's just so rarely super impactful. Okay, here's a question for you guys. Does Damage Orb belong in meh? Again, we're not talking about the design of the ability here. We're talking about the strength. Heal Orb, inarguably, is not meh. It is definitely more impactful than Lampert. It's really hard to function as Moira without Heal Orb. But Damage Orb? I don't know. Okay, so here's the problem, guys. We have to be very... This is why tier lists are so hard. I want you to ask... Oh, you guys are saying Damage Orb isn't bad. Damage Orb isn't bad. I agree, but remember, meh isn't bad. Meh isn't bad. Imagine Ashe without Coach Gun. That here would not be very fun. She needs Coach Gun. Bap without Lamp. Imagine Brig without Shield Bash, guys. Is Damage Orb the equivalent of Shield Bash for Brig? Or Coach Gun for Ashe? Or Micro Missiles for D.Va? I think it's pretty darn close. Whether it's winning 1v1s or farming ult. I don't see Damage Orb being a lot more impactful than any of these cooldowns. What do you guys think? Because we're like, oh no, but remember our baseline here. The opportunity cost as well. That's true. I think Damage Orb specifically. I see Damage Orb specifically. Now we could probably create a hierarchy within this. So like I'd probably move Shield Bash to the front. Trap would be one of the weaker meh ones, I think. Right click, left click with Moira are really important. Yeah, it is strong to clear angles, but you know, Shield Bash, like, remember, can compare it. We have to compare it to this. Orisa doesn't have any weak points. All of her cooldowns, her primary fire, no alternate fire, whatever. Pharah? I mean, she just straight up can't fly without shift. Like, she can't fly, especially since the changes. Conk is really close for me because Conk as a mobility tool is really important now, and the boop is stronger now too. I don't think Pharah can function at all without E, personally. Not in Overwatch 2. Like, you can't function without E. Like, you can't play the hero. I think Conk is more important than Ashe Coach, personally. Because Ashe, you can take an angle, you can rotate from angle to angle. Pharah needs more dramatic mobility for it to work. I think Conk is one step above. Like, you can play Ashe without Coach Gun. It's not fun, but you can. But I don't think you can play Pharah without Conk. But this one is definitely a gray area for me. Well, that's what I'm saying. She needs the mobility more. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's just her general playstyle demands E constantly. I don't think Mufara makes my list at all. Still, a single conk will really win the round, but that's but it will, because the conk is what allows the Pharah to play the game. You don't see the conk because the Pharah is using it for herself to move around. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't dive anything without conk. You can't take any aggressive angle without conk. I don't think Pharah can lose either jetpack or conk without immediately being trashed here. Like, immediately trashed here. Well, conk is also what saves the Pharah if anything pressures her. Yeah, I think conk is definitely a step above. Now, conk Reaper TP, I think is probably meh for me. I think Reaper needs it, but it's definitely weaker than conk for me. Whereas a Reaper could function without it, but it would just not be as fun. A Reaper can't function without... Well, I don't want to do passives, because that would take forever. And I think Lifesteal is technically a passive. Reaper can't function without Wraith. But I think a Reaper could theoretically function without TP. Wraith form and TP are the same ability. Reaper turns into a gas. Yeah, technically, yeah. True. Genius. Like, I'm not... Reaper without TP, Bap without Lamp, Ashe without Conk, even Brig without Shield Bash feels really bad, but you could function, you know? I think Shield Bash may be on a different level. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Maybe Shield Bash doesn't deserve to be here. See, this is why we have to go back and revisit these, because maybe Shield Bash doesn't deserve to be here. Because I feel like a Brig without Shield Bash just maybe is just awful, like horrible. I don't know. You were playing Reaper with 500% movement speed? That's the solution, just to play Reaper with 500% movement speed, and you don't need the... Okay. Reinhardt, everything is good, right? Shield, charge, fire strike. You can't function. I think Reinhardt, everything's here. Same thing with Roadhog. Oh, actually... Roadhog right click? Maybe meh? I mean, it's definitely not bad. But maybe Roadhog right click falls here? Ryan Fire Strike on Matt? Nah, no way. Not with new Fire Strike. No way. No way. Fire Strike is definitely more impactful, I'm sure. I mean, guys, we're not... Again, it's not... Here's what I would say. Meh needs the ability... Not the most impactful ability, but is useful. Bad... is marginally useful, has minimal impact. Terrible has almost no impact at all. Sojourn E is a meh. I mean, we'll get there, but I disagree. I think Sojourn E has like more impact. Without right click when his hook is on cooldown. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What is this? Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Dude. Okay, what is this clip? What did you do? Oh, actually... New sub sound. I don't pay attention to these things. Okay, dang, man, I don't know. Roadhog without right click would be really, truly pretty bad. Yeah, maybe right click doesn't belong in here. Like, I can't imagine playing Roadhog without right click at all. Because you're right, when he doesn't have hook, he does like no damage at all. Yeah, Sigma, everything stays. Sojourn, I mean, I don't know, y'all. I think Sojourn E is probably a step above Matt, even with the slow removed. I think it just straight up wins 1v1s, and it's really good at choke denial. I feel like it's, I mean, it's better than Damage Orb. I feel like it's probably, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hesitant to put Sojourn. It is worse than Shield Bash for real. Yeah, it's about the same power level, I'd say. You know what, chat? I've changed my opinion. I think Brig. I think we remove Brig. What do you guys think? I feel like I keep coming back to like Shield Bash just feels like so much more of Brig's identity, like allowing you to play aggressively and disengage, or the just disengage fights. Like I know it's worse than the old Shield Bash probably, but I'm just not sure if Brig belongs here with Shield Bash. Because I keep every single time I come back here, I'm like, oh Brig, oh but Shield Bash, oh Shield Bash, you know. This is really gonna screw up my drawings. I mean that's fine. These are all easy. This is the one I'm spooked about here. I can erase these easily. I think Brig goes. I think Brig goes. We'll fix the drawings in a second. Shield Bash is a much better roll. But it's a much further roll. And it actually does like decent damage. Just replace her? Oh, that's true. That's true. You guys are smart. Should I put Sojourn E here? I don't think Sojourn E lasts. I don't think Sojourn E is last. Okay. I am very tempted to do this. And can you guys guess for which ability? I might be wrong here, but it's at least meh. Worst abilities. Yes. No. Yes. No. It's for heal station. It's for healing station. I just think healing station has aged horribly. I think Helix is still useful. I don't think Soldier can function without Helix, without that threat of burst and winning 1v1s. You got bamboozled. Get RKO'd. I think it's healing station. I think it's really, really bad. I think it's good in allowing you to hold off angles for longer. And that's pretty much it. It's not a peel tool. Like, it doesn't do enough healing. Like, if you get dove or pressured by a Tracer, Genji, Cass, or anything a soldier, most of the time, you're either running or you're dying. Like, my problem with heal station is that you have to stand in the spot for it to work. I feel like Helix is still necessary. Now, I wouldn't say healing station isn't necessary. Like, you do see a lot of use out of it. But I think it's aged really badly. Here's a question for you. I haven't really thought of suggestions for a lot of like replacements because I don't think a lot of these abilities need replacement. Like, I don't think Lunge needs to be changed with Hanzo or you know, whatever. I think Lamp probably could be changed. I don't think Conk needs to be changed. I don't think Micro Missiles, you know, whatever. But a few of these abilities definitely need being changed. I think Sticky Grenade needs to be changed with Bastion. I think you could make a good argument for Pistol being something a little bit more interesting. I do think, how about heals, but it's like a, you know, he stabs himself with something, and it's like a small heal over time for him. It's like a really fast animation, and it follows him. Maybe like 20, 25 HPS or something like that. and it lasts for like 4 or 5 seconds. So you can move around and it stays with you. We'd have to be very careful with the animation, because if the animation was too long or if the healing was too strong, it'd be broken, either bad or too good. But worst abilities. I probably should put this at the top here. Or here. But here's what I'm not sure about. I think it's unquestionable that Heal Station belongs on the list here. My question is, does it belong here or does it belong in Meh? Because you do use it, you know, and you do use it. And if we're comparing it to something like Junkrat Trap or like Hanzo Lunge, is Heal Station really worse than Junkrat Trap? I don't think so. I think Heal Station probably belongs in Meh. You do think Micro Missiles is better than Heal Station? You could be right, you know? Or even like Reaper TP. Is Heal Station worse than Reaper TP? Maybe? You are underrating Junk Trap. Maybe Junkrat Trap should be in bad. The dichotomy of man. You deploy a new trap. Yeah, but I guess about like direct value. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be the coward. I'm gonna put Healing Station. We'll reevaluate at when we get to the end. It's always how these tier lists go. We always have to go back and revisit crap, you know? No. Okay. It's the wrong fatness, but I don't care anymore. Sombra, Translocator. I think Hack is like probably not as strong, but I don't think the hero can function without it at all. Obviously, Teleporter damage is fine. I don't think Sombra makes it here. Symmetra? I don't think Symmetra can function without any of her abilities. I don't think Symmetra can function. I think Symmetra, a large portion of Symmetra's value comes from turrets. Whether it's crowd control, winning 1v1s, TP bombs. I mean, they're not a powerful cooldown, but I think that's definitely... No, her right click is cracked. Her right click is what puts bad Symmetras from good Symmetras, is being able to hit right clicks. Y'all need to watch some Meta 1 Symmetra gameplay. Guy carries with right clicks. Remember the Symmetra that I coached on the Sim OTP team with Cager back in the day? Guys, like one trick Symmetra to like top 10 or top 20. Right click is Symmetra, really. And TP is really important too, especially now that you can deploy it faster. I don't think Symmetra, I think Symmetra doesn't have any like really strong cooldowns, but I think all of them are like decent, you know? Turrets are probably one of the weaker ones, but I think it's still very important to use, like very important. I think definitely more important than like Lamp or even like Coach Gun even, I would go as far to say. Although now that I'm thinking about it, Coach Gun maybe is not the best. I'm not sure. We'll revisit later. Okay, Torb Turret, Torb E. All right, here's a good one, chat. What about Torb Alt Fire? Now, for a long time, the boomers in chat will remember Torb right click was actually negative DPS compared to primary fire. I'm pretty sure that for like years, literally like 2 or 3 years, it was literally never worth to use alt fire. Even if you were in front of a Roadhog staring at his head, it was better to primary fire. Am I remembering correctly? Whether it was like the reload or how much ammo it costs or something like that. Torm Hammer is honestly gonna immediately go into terrible, but to me the question is more about the right click, because even though it's been buffed, I feel like it's at least meh, maybe even bad. Well, I know. Seriously though, Torb alternate fire. Help! Help! Listen, I don't know what to do. Please tell me what to do with Torb right click. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm too scared. I don't know where to put it. I don't know. Alt fire is good. Everybody's saying different things. I don't want to have to make this decision. It's not an ability, but we did alternate fire. That's the problem. We've already done alternate fire. We did alternate fire with... What did we do alternate fire with? We did it with alternate fire with damage orb, right? And Cassidy alt fire. Oh. I mean, maybe we could revise it and remove alternate fire. Maybe that would be easy. Maybe we'll take the coward's way out. Maybe. If he didn't have a shotgun, we would just walk up to him. I mean, but maybe. I don't know. See, okay, compare. Listen. Compare Torb's alt fire to micro missiles, healing station, lunge, coach gun, damage orb, TP. Surely it's on par with that, if not worse. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm convinced myself. I've convinced myself. Look at that. See? I just needed to hear the real wise one in the room, myself. As someone with 1,000, it just feels punchier. All right, cool. I will die in this molten hill. Well, you'll certainly do something. Okay, we're gonna have to revisit some of these though, because some of these like Torb's alt fire, coach gun, micro missiles start to feel like on a different. I don't know. Tracer, no. Yeah, I mean, obviously. So, I mean, again, it's still worth using. It's even a part of her kit that I actively coach, obviously, but nah. Nah. Yeah, we're talking about lowest value, not about bad design. I think I talked about that at the start of the tier list, but not everybody was here for that. Because if we're talking about worst design, I mean, camera's fine, you know? But roll even is okay. But then we'd have magnetic grenade as terrible, you know? But magnetic grenade is actually pretty good. It's just, you know. Widow unscoped fire? No, because Widow needs it. I mean, I don't know. Like, can you imagine a Widow without mouse 1? I mean, it just wouldn't even function. You know what I'm saying? You know what would be the real Chad move? Is put terrible Widow scope fire. I don't know. Widow's primary fire, bro. Can you imagine a Widow without her primary fire? Like, I don't know. But this is now we're talking about primary fire. No. I'm not doing this. We're not now incorporating primary fire into the discussion. We're not broadening our scopes here. No. Okay, Winston is good. Even his right click is really good. Well, I guess right click is like it's really helpful, but it's like also like not the most important thing in the world. Ball, no. Zarya, no. Zen, no. I mean, obviously, because right click and all that stuff is like super important. Okay, listen. Alternate fire is alternate. Oh, okay. You know what? Screw you guys. You have no friends. Nobody loves you. No, you have no friends. No friends at all. Where are we? All right, you know what? I'm just a bunch of morons. You know, just can't believe this. There. You know what? There. There. You happy? Okay. All right. Now we have to go back and really take a real close look at this. Because we have Lonely Torbhammer. Wait a second. Torbhammer's not a cooldown. Wait a a second. There. Now, as bad as this is, what we have done is we have opened up an entire tier so we can shuffle these things around a little bit more. And in addition to that, because everybody has their own thing, I don't have to do any of these goofy boxes anymore. So watch this. Watch this. Ready? All right, I'm going to go with my gut feeling, and then we're going to go through and analyze again. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. What do you guys think? Let's go down the list. Terrible. Roll. You know what? You what will make it easier? Here's what will make it easier. You guys who have problems with it, come at me with your hot takes. Not your hot takes, just your takes. And then I can use the text here as well. Once we get our things placed, then I'll put the text. How about that? Looks good? Fair enough? Nobody has any what disagreement you got here? Can't be this easy. I will say though, splitting it up, getting rid of the alternate fire thing was actually big brain by you guys. You guys bullying me into doing that because I feel way more confident about this ranking than I did with the previous one. You don't think lamp should be on that list? Junk Trap is meh. It's hard CC, which is rare. But how many times does it actually impact the fight as compared to like a damage orb or... I mean, both of you guys make good points. But I don't know. I just don't see lamp like... I don't know. Here's the hard thing I've noticed. The problem with lamp, and even something like... Okay, I will say this. Think about this. Here's the thing. The problem with lamp is that it feels a lot more meta dependent than any of the other cooldowns on this list. Because sticky grenade, heal station, lunge, trap, damage orb, micro missiles, coach gun a little bit more meta dependent, but not even that much. But lamp is the one where Ramatra's Vortex is fine, honestly. I think Ramatra's Vortex is a step above map, personally. But lamps is it's just hard to use. Lamps is the one where it's like, it's really just an atrociously weak cooldown versus anything that even remotely resembles dive. But if we're talking like Brawl, like a Rhine Mirror or a Sig Mirror or something like that, or even like even with like some Ramatra stuff, I'm sure it might not be that bad actually. We don't have Ramatra, but I think it's probably just as well because I don't think any of his Ramatra's cooldowns quite make the list. I don't know. Do you guys hear what I'm saying with lamp? Like, it feels like it's really meh if they're on certain heroes or on certain comps. Maybe the argument for lamp is good. Yeah, I would agree with it being the best ability left. For sure. That or concussive, or this thing. Coach gun. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks, Jits. Micro missiles. Micro missiles are just not the most important, impactful ability. They're definitely important, just not as important. And this isn't Cass E, this is Cassidy's rule. Thanks, mates. I appreciate it. Is BAP Lamp worse than Shield Bash? I think so. Because, like, BAP can still function without it, but I think Brig... Thanks, Jits. Yeah, Sticky Date, yeah. Yeah, I think here's my problem with BAP Lamp and why I think I'm going to remove it. I think BAP, we're looking at, if you play BAP in Rhine, in Sigma, and even Orisa matchups, I think the Lamp gets a lot more value. I think it just marginally misses it for me. I think part of the reason why I'm struggling with it is because I can't tell how much of it is me being accurate with my opinion versus me comparing it to how good it felt in Overwatch 1 and how much worse it feels now. So I'm immediately thinking it's not a good ability. It's the same problem I had with Shield Bash, y'all, where I was like, Shield Bash is a bad ability because it feels worse than the Overwatch 1 one, but it still is a, like, you really need Shield Bash right now. Well, BAP Lamp was good in Overwatch 1 because there were more tanks to hold space, right? And so there was fewer, like, the problem with BAP Lamp is everything is spread out. I mean, it's just BAP in general. Everything is spread out more and there's left, like, beef, right? So an AoE and vulnerability cooldown isn't as good. Because there aren't as many people inside the lamp. Lamp is just like a worse Suzu, really. And I do think Shield Bash does actually have, like, some value. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is a good cooldown. It is powerful. It enables a lot of things. I don't know. And again, I'm not talking about, like, the design of the cooldown or whether the cooldown should be removed or buffed or whatever. Like, I would struggle to see playing D.Va without micro missiles, but I do think that, yeah, I don't know. Soldier is another one I'm struggling with as well, like Healing Station. Healing Station feels like somewhere on the fence for me. Is Healing Station meh? You know what we should try and do in terms of worst? Let's do this. These are all about the same strength, I think. It's hard, man. So this is like my tentative order of strength. I don't know what to do with these last four, though. I feel like these last four all belong, like, in the same. So I'm comfortable with all of this. I think this is the worst ability in the game, Venomine. Then Roll, then Lunge, then Sticky Grenade, then Trap, then Heal Station. Then I don't know what to do with these four. I think they're all about the same for me. What do you guys think? mean, Venomine is still the worst ability, but it's still worth using, right? I don't know. I don't feel comfortable shifting these around. Okay, here we go. That's too small. Ah, it's a horrible color. Whatever. Can't be bothered. Yeah, it does. All these colors suck. None of them are standing out. Coach. Hey, easy. Okay, that's it. There's your list. Ladies and gentlemen, our official tier list, approximately going from weakest to strongest from left to right. Obviously not, I feel like this list is really one of the most subjective lists that we've ever made. It really feels impossible to make this list, honestly. But I do think that this is a start. I think like if you were thinking about abilities to rework, maybe abilities to adjust, this is where we want to consider. Not all of these really need to be adjusted. Like if you were to go through the list here and like, let's get a green color here. And after the fact, it'd be like, I wouldn't want to change Coach Gun. I think Coach Gun's fine. Missiles is fine. Teleport's probably fine. Lunge is probably fine. Even roll, you could argue, is probably fine. But you'll more often than not find that this list is littered with abilities that are, you know, not very good, outdated, need to be buffed, need to be changed. And I think this is like the purpose of this list is for fun mostly, but you can definitely, there's a couple of things that we can learn from this. Okay. That one was tough. That one was one of the toughest tier lists I think I've ever done. Because, oh my days, was it subjective. Okay, let's do some Ask Spilo, y'all. Let's do some Ask Spilo. Do you guys want to do some Ask Spilo? I want to do some Ask Spilo. We'll do some Ask Spilo. What is this? This is the worst abilities. We did a tier list of the worst abilities in terms of strength. Okay. Let's keep going. Ask Spilo! Exclamation mark Discord. You any good at guitar? That's my Ask Spilo. I released an album. I played a lot of guitar in it. Wait. I'll unplug my mic. The Crown Peppers. Wait, where the heck? Pepper. I can't type. My finger's hurting. Where is it? Here we go. Spilo time. I've recently taken up a job as head coach of a youth Overwatch team. Whoa. And it's quite a bit harder than I anticipated. Currently looking over some of my lower ranks, so to go play VODs is a little bit overwhelming, haha. I really don't like doing super long finals because they're often the best way of them is just to have them play more, but I still want to help them without overwhelming them. What finals are difficult to case by case? Definitely more of a case-by-case basis. But I think that the number one thing that you need to make sure that you're doing, and this holds priority over literally everything else. If you want, like, think about it this way. Okay. The number one way that lower ranked players can improve is by playing more. Oh, by the way, Crypties, thank you for the sub. So how do you get them to play more? Well, you need to make playing a fun thing to do, right? It needs to be fun, whether it's the practice or I don't even know what you're doing. Head coach of you, I don't know what that entails, like whether you do scrims or reviews or you just screw around and quick play. Like I really don't know, but the way to improve is to make sure that when they actually play that they have fun playing. So make it fun. The number one thing that you can do for a lower ranked team is to make the experience fun. And if you make the experience fun, everything else will follow. Now, what I can talk about is like, let's talk about good practice habits, guys. Or let's talk about maybe the basics of hero pools and like practicing different things at a time. Or like, what is this hero good at? Like, okay, that's what you want to try with that hero. Like really, really basic fundamentals of the hero. Maybe to talk about like why cover's good. But even when you're talking about that kind of stuff, it needs to be fun and engaging, right? It needs to be fun and engaging. I don't have to entertain as much when I'm working with a grandmaster player because they're already motivated to be there and they don't need to be entertained to be motivated. But younger players and even lower ranked players need to be more entertained to be motivated because the game's not as important, and so they have to learn how to be motivated by just enjoying it. Because the worst thing you can do there is to be dry and boring. Worst thing you could do. Absolute worst thing you could do. Go back and watch my coaching children video series. You can literally pick any video in that thing. And I don't know if you're working with kids that young, because Cinder at the time was like 8. But it's all fun and games. Everything that we do, even if when it's being productive, it's all fun and games. And the other thing with Cinder as well is she had a tendency to like just swap heroes over like months. You just get bored of a hero and want to play something new. And I never ever discouraged that. And now she got to like a plat level or whatever from like bronze. But you know what? She just want to have fun. Let the kids have fun. So anyway, my best advice. What causes random drops in MSR? I'm losing a Masters to the top. Lack of confidence, bad luck. Could be that changes in the meta that you've struggled with adjusting to. Could be that, like, you know, we talked about this with Kiriko, right? Like, you could have been a fielder style Kiriko that failed to adjust with the current meta with snipers, and so then you struggled. Now, I guarantee you, Fielder's not struggling because Fielder's a really, really smart player. He understands everything, right? And he adjusts to the best play style, right? But when people call it's hilarious that Fielder style Kiriko is a play because Fielder's also a very aggressive player. He just happens to know the best way for his team in this current moment. So for you, it might be whether you're playing whatever hero that you're playing, the play style adjustment as the compositions have changed or as hero balance has changed and you've not been able to adjust as well. But also could be confidence, could be bad luck, but those would be the 3 things I'd be interested in. When it comes to coaching a team long-term, they've been together. How much of the players' input should I take when I come to composition team identity? I mean, I would definitely rely on player input as much as you can, like as much as it becomes reasonable, like maybe knowing when you need to put your foot down here and there, but you need to have to kind of like earn the nose. Does it make sense? Like you want to kind of choose your battles and earn your nose. So like when it's something really important, your team trusts you. I think player input's important. Like they need to have. They're the ones playing it, right? So like you need to get them involved in the discussion, and then if there's a disagreement between what you think they should play and the players think you should play, that should be a priority to solve. Figure out why the players want them to play a certain composition and why you want to play a certain composition, and figure out a way that you can solve that disagreement. Like I think player, and the thing is like even if you like, well, you have to play what I want to play, and if the players don't believe in it, it's going to be really hard to have success with that composition. So buy-in is important. Not just because it settles peace, but because it's what allows your team to actually function well. If I'm running the comps of Sigma, Sojourn, Widow, Bap, and I play Ana, what will be the primary Pernamo? Probably Overclock, yeah, because she's the most mobile hero that can actually get value out of it. Or you could use that as a defensive cooldown on your Sigma, depending on the comp that you're playing into. What was it cooking with Zen Lucio? I mean, we had Zen Lucio come up as a potential composition many times when Brig would get nerfed heavily or Zen would get buffed. It was just a thought. Like, you notice all these maps have like slightly longer sight lines, or maps where there's like more like sight lines that we wanted to try out, or more flanks that we wanted to try out, like Gibraltar. Like, is Lucio going to peel off a Zen better than Brig can? Do we still want to try Zen? So we're not sure. And then this is also when we were considering maybe potential backbone Zen. The reason why we were considering Zen Lucio is because I think this is when Brig Zen wasn't good anymore. And so we had to find out, like, how can we incorporate Admiral into the equation? I think this is the start of stage 2. I think. It's been a while since we had this talk. Is Thor's Guide to Overwatch? It's still a decent resource. It's probably not completely right, but a lot of macro resources when it comes to like map control and controlling space are probably still good, because while the details have changed, the fundamentals of combat are still there. Like, you could, as an Overwatch player, you could probably learn a lot from like CS:GO. You could probably learn a lot from Valorant, because a lot of the concepts are very similar. So whether it's been 66 or whatever, it doesn't change that much. So I would still you could probably still read it and then think, does this still apply to 5v5? And more often than not, probably will. Does Overwatch have too many projectile speeds? If the wiki is correct, there's 16 different projectile speeds. So we can create a multiple hit skins here. Oh. You know, this is a really interesting take that I've never heard before. There are 16 different projectile speeds. That makes transferring aim practice from one projectile to another quite difficult, especially when comparing to multiple hit skin flicking dragon hits who all get the best accuracy by aiming across the target when they fire. I worry that this makes the game feel much worse for folks who main a projectile hero and the people that they play with. I've never heard of that argument before in my entire life, and I feel a little bit stupider now that I'm just now thinking about it. That comes out as ambiguous, but I mean that as a compliment. That's actually a really great point. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually so impressed by that. I'm actually going to make a tweet about it. Projectile. All right, I tweeted it. That's a great point. That's a great point. I mean, here's the thing is, everybody, if you play enough Hanzo, I don't think it's that big of I think Overwatch League players adjust quickly. Like, if you were to play Mei for a week at like a backbone level mechanics, the projectile speed wouldn't matter. But it does mean swapping back and forth on a hero. Like, let's say you haven't played Hanzo in a week. Just swapping on the Hanzo might feel kind of rough for a little bit. Or Mei, or Pharah, right? I don't know, something to consider. Yes, I do. Higher mobility heroes have to make more choices with their positioning than lower mobility heroes, and that inherently makes their skill cap higher. They have to make more choices with their positioning. And positioning is one of the most, if not the most important thing when it comes to game sense. And so therefore they have higher skill cap just because they have to make more choices. Now you can argue that higher mobility heroes have fewer choices when it comes to cooldowns. For example, as a Winston player, I only really have to think my bubble use, my jump, maybe my right click a little bit. Whereas, let's say an Orisa has to consider javelin, she has to consider her javelin spin, and she has to consider her fortify, not to mention her gun overheating. However, in general, I think positioning is a little bit harder to maximize than cooldown usage. So I think high mobility heroes are generally a little bit harder. That's my gut, but I'm not 100% sure. High octane that should I define the one thing that I'm practicing. For example, is focusing on iron usage too broad a goal. Generally, yes. So this is too specific. This is probably too broad. And the answer definitely depends on you. So I find, so right now, I'm playing a little bit of Ramatra and rank, just a little bit. Because I'm trying to like understand the hero a little bit better, and I really hate Ramatra, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm taking one for the team because I need to understand the hero so I can coach better, but I do not enjoy playing it very much. Now, that being said, I understand Ramatra well enough to where my focus with Ramatra recently has simply been focusing on cooldowns. Just the shield, the E, whatever. I don't need to be more specific than that because I understand the hero well enough, I understand the game well enough to know when I used it well and when I didn't use it well, right? Hydrate, thank you. However, if you are still working on game sense and learning things, you might need to be more specific. Like, this is definitely too specific, but it might be nade the targets when they're killable. Nade the target if it's killable or an oppressive pressurable location, or maybe is the target close enough to be killable, right? Yeah, you need to find the nuance, what works better for you. Like I said, I can be more vague with the things that I'm focusing on because I understand the game really well. You might not understand the game as well, so you might have to be more specific to actually build the skill. So it really depends. It really depends. But yeah, there is definitely a nuance to it, and you have to find the sweet spot. It's a great question, actually. What piece of advice is equally applicable in Overwatch as it is in MMA? I mean, intensity and training, right? I talked about that with the MMA guy in the first coaching session or the second on stream, right? Intensity and training. Putting dedicated, deliberate practice and not just showing up and grinding. Hero pools, I think, is another thing, like where you put a specific focus on building skill, just general learning principles when it comes to focusing your attention. For something that more like macro oriented, so in maybe not MMA, but BJJ. Beth, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong with BJJ. She's been doing BJJ a long time. Just as map control and space and controlling key points of the map is really, really important. In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which is a huge part of MMA, controlling controlling parts of your opponent is really important. Like wrist control, grip control, head control, if you can, right? Legs, hips, things like that. Being able to control key components is how you can dominate position. And I will say, especially with grappling, position over submission, right? Position over submission. If you control space, if you have the dominant position, getting to a dominant position, and then usually just sitting, you will win the fight. Just by holding the dominant position. You don't even need to go aggressively. They will make a mistake. And just being in the dominant position will overwhelmingly win you the fight. And that goes for MMA and grappling and even street fighting. How did I peak Masters 2 last season when you were terrible at the game? I don't know. Check your account might have been hacked. How many Spilos do you need to defeat San Francisco Shock? Probably just the one. Just put me on Roadhog and it's over. Starboard win? I don't know. Do you need a Nightbot or something for it? I don't know. I mean, it's a good idea. I just don't know if there's like need a bot for it or something. Because I have so much on my plate right now when it comes to like all these like little things for the Discord and stream and stuff. Recently had a video talking about being punished for perfect play, and you recommend people stick to practicing doing the objectively good thing and not changing up things too fast. Do you recommend that essentially at all times? How much? I think adjusting to do something to coordinate with the team is the right play. That's the key thing. For example, if you're like, my team is doing the wrong play, but I'm going to coordinate with them, then that's the right play. The kind of talk, when I talked about like doing something with your team, but it's not working out and then you get punished for it, was more about you do the right thing but then your teammates don't behave in the fashion that they should, and then you lose. So like my example was like I think I said you nano somebody and then they mess up and then they die and you're like your nano doesn't get any value. Well, that wasn't your fault. You did the right thing. It just didn't work out. You can hold the perfect position, but the tracer hits the pulse bomb. You know what I'm saying? Was that necessarily a bad position? No. So I think making adjustments is totally fine, but you have to really look at the situation and be like, is the adjustment a good thing to do because it's playing with my team or adjusting on the fly to what the enemy team is doing, or is it me panicking and second guessing everything that I know what I'm doing is correct? Thoughts on this? I mean, yeah. Do you ever lose your voice from screaming? Actually, no. I have a pretty versatile voice. I've done a lot of like vocal training stuff with like distortion and screaming and stuff like that. Distorted voice and things like that. I do a lot of like vocal training and stuff like that. So generally when I shout and holler, it's usually with good technique. So I don't ever lose my voice. I haven't lost my voice in a long time. The last time I lost my voice was from screaming like a little girl at a roller coaster about a year ago. I was with my brothers and we always do stupid stuff like that. Like there'll be like a couple of like little kids, riding the roller coaster with us, and we just shriek our heads off, like acting like we're actually terrified. The kids are like, what the heck, And I actually kind of lost my voice doing that, but I haven't lost my voice in a long time. I just get games that feel like gold. Well, you're just the greatest of all time, I guess. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. You're just way better than you think you are. What's the best way to practice setting a better tempo and being more aggressive while playing dive? I've tried in scrims, I always get countered, and I never have the probability set, which has been just not knowing how. So this is unfortunately a very vague question, and I feel for you because it's tough for me to answer it, unfortunately. What's the best way to practice setting a better tempo and being more aggressive while playing dive? Well, tempo is such a catchphrase. It just gets abused. I was talking about this today where every Eastern team puts a lot of priority on map control and all the Western teams put emphasis on timing and setting tempo and going aggressively. But the problem is that, at least from my experience with Western teams, is when something doesn't work, guys, we should have been setting better tempo, going more aggressive. But that's not necessarily the case. Like, you can play a very slow dive or you can play a very fast dive. The reason why fast dives often work a little bit better is because everybody's on the same timing. But if you can have set up good timing, you can be patient, then you can set up slow dive at the same time. So I know that that's not really an answer for you, and you might not even fully understand it. But when we're talking about being aggressive, if you're going to be aggressive, if for it to work, everybody has to be on the same timing. Otherwise, going aggressive makes no sense whatsoever. Your Tracer has to be in, your Genji has to be in, your Sojourn has to be taking angle, your Kiriko's in, your Reaper's in, everybody's in, 5 in on. No, I wouldn't say map control is more important than tempo, but the problem is then when the tempo isn't good enough in of itself, there's no objective like looking back and being like, oh guys, we needed to take more angles or we needed to control the map better. It's just, at least with a lot of like the contenders teams even, it's just like, oh, we needed to go faster. That was the problem, right? So anyway, being aggressive is fine as long as everyone's on the same page and on the same timing. If they aren't, then there's no point setting better tempo. And sometimes going fast isn't the play. Like for example, if I've got like, let's say Sojourn ult and Kiriko ult and they've got double support ult, if I run into them, their double support ult is going to run me over. So it'd actually be better for me to play slower, let them set tempo. I can respond with my own Kiriko ult and play for tempo with my Sojourn ult. And then if you are setting tempo, it's all going to be about, in those kind of situations, you need to one-shot somebody for that to work. So I think we need to move away from this kind of terminology. Tempo and aggression are vague terms. What kind of aggression needs to be better? What kind of tempo needs to be set? When? Why? What is the ult situation? What is the ultimate matchup? This is vagisms. Is Sombra health pack duration buff basically just a ball buff? Yeah, you could argue. Yeah, I mean, it could also be a ball nerf because Sombra is more buffed, but also Sombra does kind of mesh well with ball, so it's a weird like love-hate relationship. So yeah, it's probably a net buff. How should I go about learning how to coach or cast? Practice, find a team, find some random crappy 4 viewer on Twitch, platinum, somebody in their backyard with 3 teams tournament, and cast it. Find any team in ELO Hell, competitive Overwatch University, anything, and offer to do free VOD reviews, or do free VOD reviews in Overwatch University, just random. So you start now, and you start soon, often and early and often. It's a long road, but if you enjoy it, you'll enjoy the path. But there's no real life hack I have here. You just need to start doing it right now. With low ranks, doesn't matter. How do you get value out of High Noon? I like using it mid-fight, near cover. it can cause a lot of chaos and it causes a lot of awkward splits. So you're not going to get a lot of kills out of it, but if you use it mid-fight in a safe location, then it will force the enemy team to move in a location to where your team can actually follow up off of it. It will like force an awkward split. You can use it as a defensive cooldown, but it's a little bit more situational. Thoughts on Outbreak continues this season? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It definitely puts it's definitely a spit in the face of the franchise system, but that hasn't exactly worked out so well either. So, I think we're at a point in time. I think somebody said this, and I respectfully agree that I think we're at a point in time where Owl can't really lose a whole lot by just throwing crap at the wall and seeing what sticks. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever they've been doing we could blame a lot of things. We can blame bad balancing, bad communication, bad travel schedules, bad advertisement, crapping the bed with all the sponsorships. There's a lot of things going wrong, but we're at a point in time where Owl is not in a lucrative, like Owl's in a rough spot. So is it a bad idea? I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not smart enough to answer this question, and so I see the logic behind trying it. Although, like I said, the franchise thing is kind of weird. Because you could theoretically have like contenders teams competing for, and I don't know how the prize pool thing works, but it would be hilarious if you've got like basically a really small org or even an unsigned contenders team going in and beating an Eastern Overwatch League team and winning part of the prize pool. That would be funny. And because I'm not part of the organization, I will enjoy it. How can I max out my intensity when training? How do I know when I'm intense enough? Can I limit test that? I mean, you can. You'll know when you know. When you feel like you're really consciously like you're able to keep focus on what you're doing, and you do feel like the mental fatigue when you're done, you know. Like whenever I'm done with a long stream where I did a really good job with my coaching sessions, I really put in a lot of effort, I am tired when I'm done. I am gassed. And that's probably how you should feel when you're done playing, because it's a very similar muscle that we're training here. It's like the mental energy, mental focus should drain you. Which take or take should be meta in an ideal world? I mean, Monkey Rhine. Yeah, I think these are all fine. Monkey and Rhine. Diva, I'm not sold on. Diva is too annoying in her current state. Same thing with Zarya. I think Zarya is like okay, but probably just. I mean, I would even go as far to say like, if it was Monkey Rhine Sigma, not rock paper scissors, but depending on the map, then I think that would be good. I think Sigma is actually pretty fun in spam wars, but Monkey Rhine and maybe sort of Sigma. I feel it's weird to say that about Sigma because Sigma is like the double shield abomination, but I think a lot has changed since then. I find those things to be the most interesting, and it's also not an accident that I find Monkey, Rhine, and Sigma to be the most interesting tanks in the mirror. Orisa mirror, Diva mirror, just pretty boring to be honest. Ramatra mirror is a complete snooze. Hog is a snooze. Yeah. Zarya mirror is as well really, really dull. My team has been playing Ball Tracer Summer, but it's been working really well. So, do you think about the comp? I think it's probably fine. I think there's a good chance that composition is actually pretty good. So no, I don't think there's anything. I would try Ryan comps on certain maps, see how that goes. You might also want to try Ball Lucio comps, like Ball Kiriko Lucio with Sombra Tracer, and see if there's a way for you to be able to rotate quickly enough to run over the Briggs Inn, because Briggs Inn is still a fragile backline if you can get on top of it without losing too much resource. And theoretically, with Kiriko still being relatively strong and Lucio still being relatively strong, you have a way to rotate quickly onto that backline, more so than you ever had before. Because if you think about previous Lucio comps, the only other option that you had was Moira, who was still too slow. But now you can actually go in aggressively with Kiriko, you know, as soon as you get on top of the backline. So I would be interested to see how Ryan comps work, and I'd be interested to see how Ball, Lucio, Kiriko comps work. Well, the Lucio wouldn't be on the ball necessarily, but following up on the ball. Khalid's play a flex support team around 3.56. Only scrim once a week for 2 hours. As an individual player, hashtag practice for to get more time practicing my pigments. Yes, 3 hours a day, as you always say, and focus on individual skill. Yes, absolutely. Individual skill will always carry over into a team environment. Additionally, how can I work on ult tracking anticipation? You practice ult tracking and you practice anticipation. I mean, I know we talked a lot about that in stream, but anticipation, you can segment into anticipating the enemy ults. Practice one ult at a time. The most important ult for you to track. Work on tracking that one in ranked or in scrims, and then play around it, right, as best as you possibly can. Anticipation can also be the enemy positioning, so practicing never losing track of enemy positioning. Okay, like the threats of your team. Now, again, you can't track every enemy, but like if you're playing flex support and they're playing on Tracer, you need to always know where that Tracer is, or they're always where that Genji is, or always know where that one-shot Sojourn is, right? And the other one I would say would be ultimate positioning. What else? The other ones? Oh, teammates as well, like where your teammates are, or cooldowns, right? What are the most relevant cooldowns of the enemy team that you need to track? This is a great one for DPS players as well, right? If I'm a Genji, everyone says, oh, we need to track on a nade and on a sleep. But how many Genjis do you know that actually do that, right? It's hard to do. It's not fun to do either. But as a flex support, you want to work in your anticipation, pick one of these categories and start working at it. Start working at it until it becomes second nature, or more second nature than it is right now, with the few hours a day of practice that you have in ranked, and then go from there. Who's a good counter for Ramatra? Ana. I don't really think there's anything else that really clearly... Ana's a good counter for Ramatra. I will say I think Ball and Winston are good counters for Ramatra. I think Pharmacy is also very good versus Ramatra. Ramatra's powerful, but his Brawl close range is by far his strongest kit. I thought when he was released that his range would have more effect, but his projectile M1 is just too weak. So anything that's weak, anything that has a lot of mobility... he really struggles versus. He just really struggles. Do you ever get any formal music training or completely self-taught? Sadly, huh? And I say sadly not because I having to like go back and try and catch up on a lot of the fundamentals that I missed, because I don't like, I wrote songs like we had that song No Man's Land that we did with the band, and there's a lot of really weird, complicated chords that came up with, but I don't know what they are. And so I don't know how to replicate them. And so I'm getting better at it. I'm starting to learn my formal training. I'm starting to understand like where sevens fit, but I didn't grow up in any formal music training, but I was fortunate to grow up in a house where music was like a big part of my life. Like we were always listening to music, and a lot of music. Like I grew up listening to Frank Sinatra, and I grew up listening to a lot of jazz and a lot of classical music and a lot of film music, and I grew up listening to the Beatles constantly, right? And Marty Robbins and the Byrds and the Beach Boys, and I grew up listening to a lot of classic rock and a lot of 80s hits, right? And a lot of classical music, So I grew up listening to a lot of objectively great music. So a lot of the ideas, the chord changes, I love creative chord progressions. I hate the 4/4 basic, G, C, D, E minor, and just do it over and over, or C, D, E minor, G, or C, D, G, or C, G, E minor, C, D, or what. I hate that stuff. So I got trained to like more complex music, but I'm terrible at Yeah, so no, I haven't had any music training. Not my brother, who's part of the band, and my wife is part of the band. And we were joking with my wife because she grew up with a family that isn't actually particularly musically inclined. But there was like that one was the Disney soundtrack thing.
I grew up singing Disney princess songs.
She grew up somehow. She got access to some Disney princess song things, and she sung them all the time in the library. And she's the only musically inclined person in basically your entire family.
Thanks, Cinderella.
Yeah, so that's just how it happens, right? Just, you grew up with it, something clicks, and there you go. I went against a really good Junkrat. I used Pharah, and I was kind of a good counter. Is there someone else I should use next time? No, Pharah was fine versus Junkrat. A lot of Junkrat, I wouldn't say counters any DPS. Outside of maybe like a Reaper, because it's hard to get, Reaper wants to get close, but Junkrat's even better up close. But even then, Reaper can play around. I don't think Junkrat has any hard counters besides Pharah. I mean, Echo is also really good. Disney has some amazing music. I mean, to me, it's like, even if you don't love Disney music, it was just you were exposed to music more than your siblings were, and that was it. It's really that simple. What software do you use to annotate on screen? This? Epic Pen. I think this is what you're talking about? Epic Pen? It's okay. The book part is easier to catch up on, at least with the ear training from frequent exposure to wide variety music is irreplaceable. Yeah, I mean, and that makes sense, right? Like, it's just, I think about how many songs I've listened to growing up as a kid, and like, it's hard to replicate that because that's just been years and years. Playing Tracer in a junk can be very painful. That's true. But I don't know, I like music. I like music a lot. I'm not like obsessed with any instrument. I'm okay at guitar. I wouldn't say I'm a good guitarist. I'm like better at writing songs with guitar than I am at actually playing it. And the same thing goes with like my voice. Like I have some unusual talents with my voice, but I'm not a very good singer either. But I just like music. You know, I like writing music more than I'm actually like yeah. It was a great. I was listening to this Rick Beato interview with like Steve Lukather, who's like this crazy guitarist, and Steve Lukather was saying that like there's like crazy musicians out there and crazy singers, the best musicians, pianists, violinists, greatest guitarists, greatest singers of all time, but there's not enough people writing like good music. And I've always like tried to aspire to be like the flip side of that. You know, I'm not necessarily like the best musician in the world, but I try and write like at least music that I enjoy anyway. But yeah, okay. I hope that answers the questions. That is going to end it. Very, very long day for me. Been coaching since like 11:30. So chat, it's been good. Love and kisses. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. I will chat with you guys later. Exclamation mark Discord, exclamation mark coaching. Loves and kisses. I will be back. I will not be streaming this weekend. However, I don't know if let's just put it this way. I have something scheduled for tomorrow. We'll see if it gets announced or not, but it's not. I'm being featured with something else. So anyway, long story short, love and kisses. Chat out. Spilo out. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Cheers.